Okay, so some more videos. Gonna bring this up, make sure I'm having everything right. Let's see. Yeah, some more videos are gonna react to. First one is one. It's a game I've been really looking forward to for a while now, which is Atomic Heart. It actually gives me like Prey 2 vibes when I first saw it. So to me, I'm like, okay, like anything even close to Prey 2 is definitely going to be something I want to pay attention to. So, oh, so crazy. I've been watching Force Gaming stuff for a long time. I can't believe I wasn't subscribed. Okay, well, do that and make sure the volume.
Hey everyone.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look.
Welcome back. Today I want to take a closer look at the upcoming stylish narrative-driven first-person shooter that goes by the name Atomic Heart. This is the game that got revealed,
Cool.
I want to say about 5 years
like even
ago,
the enemies
and
look
almost
really
immediately drew some pretty strong comparisons to Bio.
I don't think it's going to look this good when it comes out, though. I don't know. I feel like most of the time when you see trailers looking this good, it never like actually looks that good.
Shock, just kind of in terms of its setting and its theming, but also obvious comparisons to Half-Life, and after some recent gameplay reveals, apparently Portal as well, as there will be a fairly strong emphasis on puzzle solving and kind of making your way through areas of the world. So I want to kind of dive into a bit about what we know about the game, everything there is in terms of details and reveals that are coming out.
If he doesn't show them, I'll look him up after.
Because this is going to be launching in about a month from now, and I think there's potentially something to look forward to here. So Atomic Heart is set in an alternate history Soviet city where a mega corporation has created a fleet of robots to take on every difficult mundane task, so humans can just kind of sit back, take it easy. And the game opens up with you playing as Agent P3, partaking in the festivities of a massive celebration in this location in a kind of floating city. After not too long, however, things go awry. The AI goes rogue and has some plans to do things not conducive to human life. Basically, things go bad very quickly, and now you are in a fight for your life to try to figure out what happened, how it happened, and find a way to fix it. Now, the initial trailers for this game kind of led me to believe that this was going to be a very linear, story-driven adventure. It turns out it's kind of more of a mix. Apparently, Atomic Heart will offer a combination between open-world gameplay, more linear corridor shooting, and puzzle solving.
That almost gives me like Metro vibes, like the most recent Metro game,
as we explore through this facility 3826. So after playing through that intro, you emerge into what is the open world, where you will evidently be spending your time while traveling in between the game's numerous facilities. From the early impressions, it seems like this space is going to be most useful for farming loot and resources, as much of the overworld is just full of enemies. Just about everywhere you go, you'll be seeing groups of various types of robots, and there is an alarm system. These kind of camera detection things that are usually hoisted up on poles, known as dandelion cams. If any of these catch you fighting with the robots engaged in combat, they will trigger calling in reinforcements and raising the alarm level. Sometimes these reinforcements will be constructed on the fly right in front of you. Other times they'll be dropped from the sky in these massive crates, of which pop open and reveal just a ton of already made enemies that will charge towards you. So apparently the open world will...
That's like GTA's cop system. Like the stars.
Involve a bit of exploration. There is some freedom of movement, like you're able to climb various types of terrain. There is swimming, there are zip lines, and there are cars. But it does seem like there isn't much to do in this space, sort of beyond walking around and fighting enemies. Not a lot of systems or features to engage with. I don't want you to consider this open world part of Atomic Heart something similar to like an open world Ubisoft game where there's activities and things you can do all over the place. It's just kind of an open space that has some enemies you can fight with and you can move around. The occasional boss fight, but for the most part, that's what it is. Fortunately, though, this is all broken up, and where kind of the gameplay and systems get a little more interesting is through these facilities. So these include things like various laboratories, testing stations, power plants, underground complexes, various
like Elden Rings like mini dungeons.
Locations that function basically like these narrative-driven dungeons. So you'll find the entrance somewhere in the open world, and maybe sometimes you'll need to locate a key or flip a switch or solve a mini game puzzle to open the door and then begin exploring
It's actually
inside.
pretty cool.
But it's going to be more than just moving through corridors and rooms while fighting enemies. Facilities are primarily there to expand the story, discover secrets, fight bosses, and solve lots and lots of puzzles. In one of the previews, I saw them refer to the facilities basically as puzzle boxes. So will do some fighting, but then you'll come across a puzzle to solve, which might open the door to another room, couple more fights, and then another puzzle, rinse and repeat. As you move through various rooms, you will come across a variety of levers, pulleys, switches, magnetized platforms, floating water columns, hidden doors, all sorts of obstacles and objects to engage with to figure out your way to gain access to the next area and progress forward. There will be doors that are locked with a variety of lock-picking types, multiple mini-game variations like find a pattern to open the door, go through a Skyrim-style lockpick system to open the door, or snap your finger to the beat of a rhythm that comes out of a lock to open a door. These facilities do appear to be the most interesting bit of not only the fact that it's going to be where the storytelling is going to be taking place, but that this is where you will be getting a majority of the puzzle stuff, a majority of a lot of the boss fights, and then also have things like bits of platforming sections where you have to move through the environment and figure out your way to the next area. Pretty interesting, and again, this does appear to be where most of the more engaging content compared to the overworld is going to be located. All right, next I want to move on to talk about combat, which is personally
and I actually really don't mind that at all. That's perfectly fine. Like if the open world seems to be like where you grind, and then these are like the actual like dungeons and like progression.
My favorite part of any action game, any shooter. But first, let me stretch my legs, stand up, and get a word from the sponsor of today's video. Today's video is sponsored by the FlexiSpot Pro Plus Standing Desk E7. They sent me one a few weeks ago, and I've been really enjoying it. For one, my last desk was like ever so slightly too high for the height of my chair, and some days when I'd be at the computer for like 10 or so hours, my shoulders or elbows or forearms would start bugging me. But now with the FlexiSpot,
that's pretty cool.
I can adjust it to whatever height I want. It's at the perfect height, but also it is a standing desk, which means now I can occasionally stand while working or gaming. It's not my norm by any means. I'll do it for maybe 15 to 20 minutes here and there, but I feel like that alone has made a big difference in how I feel at the end of the day, rather than just sitting for 10 hours straight. I can stand occasionally and still do stuff at the computer. Some of the desk features include they're powered by dual motor engines with sturdy design that can hold up to 355 pounds. It's got an LCD keypad panel, which allows for programmable memory presets with a large height range from 22.8 to 48.4 inches. It also comes with a USB port, which I use to charge my phone during the day, and they also come with a 15-year warranty.
That's really not
so
bad.
If you're interested in checking out the FlexiSpot Pro Plus Standing Desk E7, be sure to use my link in the description below. Okay, so now let's talk about combat in Atomic Heart. It does seem like this is going to be a mix of both melee and range. You'll have a variety of blunt and bladed melee weapons with options for light and heavy attacks, and then that will mix up with different types of elemental magic as well as ranged weapons. The developer has said they do expect it to be like
it's mainly
50-50 split.
shooting.
You do not have unlimited ammo, but as you progress through the game, you'll be able to increase your capacity and find more weapons so that you can use range more often. From the previews as well, it does appear like early on you'll be doing a lot of the melee system, but then you will open up to having more abilities to use and more range weapons at your disposal as
hopefully the melee doesn't become obsolete, because I actually like doing melee builds in these kind of games.
As you progress through the game. Apparently they do also have this system where as you engage in melee combat, you will accumulate energy, and then that energy can be used for shooting some of the special energy weapons that they have. Speaking of which, the different weapon types will also correlate to different vulnerabilities against some enemies that you fight. So maybe particular enemies will be vulnerable to bladed weapons versus blunt weapons, slashing versus piercing, so on and so on. In terms of the abilities or the magic variation in this game, it all stems from shooting out of the special glove that you have and consists of a few different elemental types. We've seen a variety of different electrocute abilities, some shock, some in like various waves, chain lightnings. We've also seen a variety of different freezing type abilities.
I gotta admit, like, they seem more utility based, which is a bit of a shame. I kind of wish there was more abilities that just would straight up wreck things.
Abilities, these polymer bombs, and just lots of use of this polymer, kind of this gooey substance, some of which even includes for setting various trap types, so you can lay down a trap, and then these can be imbued with electricity or ice or fire. And then there's also the grav ability, the levitate, the ability to launch enemies in the sky and then keep them suspended there as you shoot them or hit them with
Probably borderline useless on bosses, though, to be fair.
Else. Range weapons appear to include the standard suite that you might expect, from ranging from pistols, rifles, SMGs, shotguns, and even RPGs, all with the potential to get elemental modifiers to enhance them more, and even some kind of more experimental type weapons. Enemies, as you damage them, will show visible damage, so like metal casings will open up, exposing some of the wires and machinery beneath. Every type of robot, like we just mentioned, will also have specific damage types that they're weak to, and then there's also going to be various weak points. A lot of these will be glowing, which you can hit for extra damage. Did also touch on the fact that there will be some stealth
It's a good amount
option.
of enemy variety, just in like the little gameplay he's kind of shown. Well, not him obviously, but like they've shown so far. Like, it's a pretty decent amount.
But this is not a stealth game. So when using certain weapons, quieter weapons, you can take out enemies silently without attracting attention. Remember, there is that alarm system. So if you raise too much of a fuss, alarm level goes up and more enemies get summoned in. So being stealthy can certainly play to your advantage, but it's not a game where you can do a full stealth playthrough. You're not going to be able to really do a stealth
Goombas
build
with like
and go around
chainsaws on their
completely
heads.
silently. There's going to be a lot of in-your-face outright combat required. It's just at times there will be sections of the game where you can try to use stealth to your advantage. And then to that, there is also an X-ray vision power in this game where you can see through walls, highlighting things like nearby enemies, loot, or other valuable items.
I wonder if that's something you unlock,
let's also
like
talk
later.
a bit about the enemies. In the previews released so far, we've seen I'd say somewhat decent variety of enemy types. Really, it seems to boil down to a handful of ones you will be seeing very frequently. So there are these, it's called the VOV A6. These are the most human-like robots. They seem to appear average human height and build, and they're very fast and nimble. These are also self-repairing, and this is just the one that we've seen most in the gameplay. The most abundant, typically in groups, large groups, with running straight at the player, and then beyond charging, they also have the ability to shoot these lasers out of their faces, which, yep, that's not fun. And then there are the laborers. These
that look like a sword, not a laser out of his face. Let me go back. That looks
running
like
straight
a sword
at the player, and then beyond charging, they also
one second, like this guy here
have the ability to shoot these lasers out of their faces. Which,
like he has like a weapon in his hand. So that wasn't out of his face.
Yep, that's not fun. And then there are the laborers. These are the kind of cute short ones that hobble around on two legs. Not so cute is the fact that they've got this long extendable arm that has a saw blade at the end of it. They can use it to kind of lunge out at you, to hurl themselves forward. They can also throw the saw blade in sort of like
really
boomerang style.
I've not seen an enemy like that.
A lot of the robots
I can remember.
They alternate from like, oh, that's kind of cute, to, oh my gosh, that's terrifying. A really good design, by the way, I just want to say. Visually, aesthetically, the game in general, I think, has a really pleasant appearance to it, but I do think as well a lot of the robot designs very almost appealing and unsettling simultaneously. They did, I really do appreciate the character design they did for the enemies in this game. Other enemy types we've seen frequently are
these guys remind me of like the Fallout people, like from Fallout, what was it, 3, I think, the dude who Jeeves or
robots
like
with the big barrel red chest, these round white heads, and they move around on 4 little wheels, kind of like an office chair, gliding towards you with these extended arms that have spinning blades attached on the end. We've seen these flying repair bots, also a mix of this kind of zombie-like infected humans. It seems like there's some fungal or plant-based infection that takes humans over and completely destroys them and turns them into, again, zombie-like creatures. And then a variety of
kind of look like the not Last of Us. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Different interesting
Kinda
mini bosses. Early impressions, by the way, have indicated that the boss fights seem to be fairly well designed and fun, at least from the people who got to play test it early. The best example we've seen was against the Hedgie boss. This was a massive spherical
the boss fights looked really cool.
Tons of movement and attacks that involve hurling itself.
Like, I almost like everything about this game I've seen so far. I think the only thing that may bring it down would be probably how the story plays out. Because, like, the combat looks really cool. I do wish you could do more with your abilities, but who knows, that could change. Maybe higher level you unlock abilities that actually are like devastating. But yeah, everything
around.
else
So
I
we've
really
seen that
like.
it can pull in its limbs and then roll straight forward in a line towards the player, or also where it roots
Damn,
with one
that's
limb
like a
in
freaking
place,
MMO raid
spinning
boss.
around on its axis, gaining momentum before kind of launching into the air and slamming down. A bunch of different slam attacks, all which have caused this red ring shockwave to move in all directions that the player has to
That's
jump
actually pretty
over.
cool.
We also see it just in
Yeah,
general moving in large
there's like a lot of mechanics for a shooter like this kind of game's boss fighting.
arcs at high speed around this arena, making passes at the player that are difficult to dodge. And then one attack where it hoists itself up on two limbs and then while suspended in the air, quickly spins and spins and spins, creating a vortex that sucks the player in before releasing an explosion that you have to dodge. There's also been a few different mini boss fights that we've seen, like the one
This
against
is the one I've
Plyish,
seen.
this skinless mass of tendrils that does a lot of different jumping and lunging around. Also at one point it pins down the player, which requires some quick time event button mashing basically in order to break free. Not my favorite gameplay thing to do, but hey, whatever. What are you gonna do? I do want to mention as well a couple
Yeah, I don't mind button mashing ones. I don't like when it's a quick time thing. I much prefer like just spam one button.
other interesting things. The game does have crafting and progression. So the loot system in the game, you're going to get all sorts of different mechanical parts that you suck up from enemy corpses.
That's
Your glove
kind
has
of cool
like this vacuum
animation when you're looting.
ability where you use
Look at
telekinetic
that.
power to just literally hoover up all of the loot
Yeah.
in the area, which is kind of interesting. And then you'll take all of these
Looks
bits
cool
and
to me.
bobs, all these different elements, and then bring it to the crafting system. You'll get recipes and then make the variety of melee and ranged weapons, of which there are reportedly 13 in total. However, those can then be upgraded where you can add modifiers and
I was gonna say that didn't sound like much.
elemental effects. Also, there's going to be 3 difficulty types in the game: story, medium, and hard. The music is done by Mick Gordon of Doom fame. Really good OST from what we've heard in these early trailers. Seems pretty solid. They've said that the game's length, the campaign, will range between 20 and 25 hours total. Now, while
That's
I have
really
heard
not
and
bad.
seen a fair amount of positive from the early impressions of this game and just my impressions from what I've seen so far of it, one of the biggest criticisms that I've seen early on is that the game feels kind of a bit flat, specifically when you're taking a look at the overworld, but just in general, it seems like a lot of it is you're shooting, you're doing the puzzle solving, but there isn't a ton of interaction with the world.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what
I'd agree
I'm
with that.
talking about. As an example, they've said there's basically nothing in the environment that you can interact and engage with besides the enemies.
There's no like quests, like no things that you can do out in the world. Um, like you're not gonna run into a survivor who you're gonna have to help. Maybe that's what they're talking about, which I think is fair criticism. I think they could have done more with their open world.
You can't turn on the tap water. You can't flip the lights. You can't shoot out the lights. Mirrors don't reflect the protagonist character that you're playing at. You can't
Really?
smash through windows. You can't circumvent doors that are sealed shut. You can't kind of really
That I don't have a problem with. I think that most games should, like, look, we didn't do anything with this house. It's locked. Move on. Like, I have no problem with that. There's plenty of games like that. Can't smash through windows. I guess it depends. Like, some windows you should be able to. Others, most, like for example, on a window in a sealed house, yeah. But if you're in a house that is open to you, it doesn't make sense to me that you wouldn't be able to smash through that window. Yeah. I mean, I don't see those as big deals, but I can definitely see that being a critique.
engineer your way through these different areas. There is in every spot of the world a single clear path, and you have to follow it. It just seems like there isn't going to be a lot of variety, a lot of player agency for how you interact with the world. The world is built, it is static, and it is fairly flat. You just engage with the NPCs, you shoot out the alarms, and you solve the puzzles.
Isn't that most cases? Maybe they're expecting Elden Ring, where you can like mega like the when you get into like the big actual areas, like the castle and stuff. Because outside of that, like for example, if you're just running around like the beginning area, there's not really anything you interact with. You got the dude who says you don't have any maidens, and then you have the chick who eventually, you know, gives you becomes your maiden. Like take away the NPCs and the enemies and it's dead. Like there's nothing you can do. You can't interact with anything. other than like breaking boxes. Maybe that's what they're referring to, which is like such a weird thing to like nitpick on. Like I can't break boxes. It's like, and like I don't know. It's nice, but it's like, to me, wouldn't have made the game worse or better.
All of the little kind of more fine tuning things that might seem just like unnecessary extras, but kind of do help flesh out a lot of games like this, especially considering this is a single player game. All of that little stuff that you might have gotten in something like Half-Life or in BioShock isn't something that you're going to be getting here. One more quote here: there's little to see beyond shooting galleries of organic and robotic enemy variants. Test sites provide some respite with these small puzzle box distractions from a distinct layer of environmental storytelling in these walled valleys. Polymer powers let you control the elements, though they don't appear to combine as fluidly as BioShock's plasmids. Consider this an expectation reset. It does seem like Atomic Heart is certainly visually very appealing. The design, again, of their robots and just the appearance of the world, the play space that you're in, is very good. And it seems like the gameplay might be very good, albeit a bit bullet spongy. That was another point of criticism.
Oh, I'll probably play it on like medium then. Like if that's all it is. I don't like bullet. Like when you increase the difficulty, all it is more of a bullet sponge thing. Like I guess Forspoken is ran into that issue, but the first time I really ran into it was the Division games. Like that, it was crap.
Criticism that I saw from early hands-on tests, and even just from the gameplay trailers, with just like multiple clips and swings to the head before any of these creatures go down, which, you know, hey, they're like super robots, right? So it kind of makes sense, but bullet sponginess, it's a fine line. Before breaking the verisimilitude is one thing. Assault rifle rounds shouldn't be one-shotting these robots, I get that, but then also entertaining gameplay that has a good pace.
Like the time to kill versus how many enemies there are doesn't seem to be ideal. Like they don't balance out well, and I can definitely agree with if that's a criticism. Like I don't know, I'll play it on medium, see how it goes. If I feel like I'm taking them down too quick, I'll put it to hard. If it's still like bullet spongy on medium, I'll just put story, because to me I don't really like bullet spongy isn't like a difficulty thing to me. So
pacing to it is
it's annoying.
Another thing, and that's a fine line, and we'll see how they balance it out. Again, do keep in mind there are multiple difficulty options, so that in and of itself could be enough of an answer. In general, though, I have liked what I've seen of Atomic Heart. I think the world looks cool. I do appreciate that there's this mix of open world, linear, facility, dungeon type things, and all of this.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, I'm not expecting another Elden Ring. Like, absolutely not. But I am expecting a very solid game. Like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 kind of thing. Where it's like, it's not going to blow me away with anything, but I'm going to have fun. I'll beat the game most likely. Yeah, that's all I really look forward to with like games coming out. Like if they come out and they're Elden Ring level, awesome, you know? But I try not to get myself hyped up too much, because it's like, how many games are going to come out that are at that level? So when they do come out, you know, it's a surprise, it's good. And if they don't come out like that, I'm not really disappointed. Like I keep my expectations not exactly low, but I think fair might be the better word here.
Puzzle solving in between in terms of the narrative and dialogue and stuff. We'll see how that ends up playing out, but in general I do think there's quite a bit to look forward to Atomic Heart. It's seeming fairly interesting, and it launches in just about a month from now, so we'll see how it all plays out. But that's gonna do it for today's preview video.
Yeah, it's
video. Thank you so much for joining me. Hope you enjoy it. I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, this is of course by Force Gaming. Big fan of his stuff. Been watching his videos for a long time now. And yeah, I don't think he really... Yeah, he did show the trailers. He even showed the boss fight. Yeah, no, I mean, the game looks really cool. Looks fun, which to me is really all I care about. Like, I guess for people who want to be super immersed in the game, that's not really going to happen, because I guess you can't break windows. And I'm not saying it, like, in a mean way or anything like that. What I mean is I don't really look to be immersed in my games. I know a lot of people see that as, like, a big deal. I really don't. If I want to be immersed in something, I usually read a book. That's how I can get immersed into things. Me, I play video games. When I play my video games, it's to have fun. Like, if the game's fun, that's really all that matters to me. If it has anything else with it, that's even better. But first and foremost, if it's not, like, if the gameplay isn't fun to me, then I'm not going to play it. So, And this actually looks really cool, or like a lot of fun, like especially the boss fights. So, all right, this one I saw, and I don't really know what it's going to refer to. Maybe it's referring to the new rules that YouTube likes to do without telling anyone. Just just hey, this is now happening, and like people have to discover it on their own versus YouTube, telling anyone, which is crazy. Like I can't imagine any company that could do things like that and still stay in business long term. Like YouTube, like not to be like messed up, but it's like they're really like lucky that they were the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the site that a lot of people went to create their content. Because let's be fair, YouTube did not do anything other than give a platform for people to express themselves with their content, and that is how YouTube became a thing in terms of like being successful. Because it's not like they don't, it's not like Netflix and stuff like that, where they have their own things. I know they have YouTube originals, but they're almost all crap, which really sucks. At least the ones I've seen, maybe there's good ones. Maybe I'll look into that because I didn't even think about it. But like the first couple of YouTube originals that they released, I just really wasn't a fan of. Let's take a look.
Don't be a YouTuber.
Oh, this is really annoying.
Don't be a YouTuber. Or do, because I'm not your mother, probably. But before you do, there's a lot you should know that really doesn't generally get brought up on this platform. This isn't universal, a lot of this is coming from my own personal experience. But after having been invested on this website for 6 or so years
This volume
now,
sounds a little low.
Let's see, what are these videos? Whoa.
Turn it up.
in personal experience. But after
Yeah, I mean, these videos pop off. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of fucking views. Holy shit.
Yeah, but he's like really... For an anime channel, I don't think it's that much. No, 1 mil, that's like completely good. Yeah. It is like anime One Piece-ish, though, and that's like the biggest anime. I'm not like dissing on this guy in any way, by the way. It's just I do watch some anime channels, and like this is actually not that good. Some of them are really good though. 1 million, 860K, stuff like that. In general, I mean, doing really well. It's just I know for anime ones, they hit millions all the time. Just a lot of anime fans.
There's a lot of One Piece videos he's done. Like, I have not watched that anime yet.
I have, but I haven't finished it.
for 6 or so years
I mean,
now,
it's not
there are
finished,
just some
but
things I wish I knew
One Piece isn't finished, but it's like I gave up like so many episodes.
first.
Okay.
I'll probably go back to it someday, but I don't know.
All of the wacky drama on YouTube, it's actually one of the most
I can
supportive
barely hear this
blogs of
guy.
people that I've ever encountered.
I think this might be Asmon's volume being too low.
Any YouTuber you talk to will be highly encouraging. I mean, of course you should get involved because literally anyone can do it. It's very similar to the classic
Sure.
dream of, say, becoming a big Hollywood actor, writer, director, whatever it is along those lines.
Of
Until
course.
you realize that all of your favorite actors are related to a producer who's related to a musical artist who's like the nephew of a record executive. It's a very nepotistic industry to say the least. But YouTube actually is that dream because it technically has no barriers to entry. You don't need to be in a specific geographic...
I do think being friends with like a bigger content creator could help jumpstart your career. It's not a guarantee, but I think it can really help.
Are we good?
Oh, I guess someone in his chat like let him know. Oh no, I think like they got lag or something.
Yeah. Okay. All right, good.
a nephew of a record executive. It's a very nepotistic industry to say the least. But YouTube actually is that dream because it technically has no barriers to entry. You don't need to be in a specific geographic location. You don't need to know someone to get your foot in the door. And you don't
Yeah, you just need internet.
even need any professional quality gear or even professional skills. You just need either a really good idea, a solid grind set attitude, or both. Ideally both. I honestly believe...
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. A lot of people always say that, you know, oh, well, I can't get into YouTube because everybody that's already in it, like you have to know somebody to get into it, etc. I don't think that's very true. I think that if you have a good idea, you're motivated to make content, you will actually be successful in time.
eventually.
Most, like, not every time, but like most of the time, I think that
Yeah.
will happen.
Yeah, but you won't know until you've tried it. Like, I'm obviously just starting YouTube stuff, and it's like, I don't see it as something I'm ever going to make as an actual job, because it's just, I don't know. Most people who say, like, who are now making a living out of it, almost all of them say it took them, like, years to actually make any money out of it, so.
Yeah, sounds like an excuse. Yeah, I think so.
It is the most equal opportunity platform to have ever existed in human history. And the reason why I compared it to a classical Hollywood dream is because that dream is dead. A survey in 2017 found that 34% of all kids want to become YouTubers as a career. Meanwhile, a much more recent survey in 2022 saw that number skyrocket to...
Yeah, this is really reassuring, guys. Let's take a look at this. I've showed you guys this too. What do you want to be whenever you grow up? Well, in the UK, people want to be a vlogger, an athlete, or a musician. US, obviously a YouTuber, again, athlete or musician or teacher. And then over in China, they want to be an astronaut. So yeah, I think that goes to really show what we have to look forward to for the next 30 years.
To an astonishing 75%, with around 30% of them specifically gearing themselves towards becoming vloggers. For a career that didn't even exist a decade ago, that is pretty damn wild. And I very much blame, maybe not blame, but I attribute a huge part of that to what I said before. Just how encouraging YouTubers are that anyone can do this. But that's not really the whole story, and a whole ton of tips.
Oh, I don't think that's why. I would say it's because a lot of people, especially younger people, they watch YouTube. So that's what it is. I honestly think that's it. Like, I think even TikTok is going to overtake that. Like, what do you want to be? Like, vlogger, YouTube, and I think TikToker would probably be right up there now, at least with that generation. Oh my goodness, I hate when it does stuff like that.
Well, I think the reason why people want to be a YouTuber, you want to know the real truth, is that a lot of kids think that all it is just turning on a camera and recording yourself and then putting the video out there, and now you're a millionaire. This is not really the truth. It's not.
I mean, it kind of became the truth for Asmin, like, to be fair, and like for a few people that is the truth.
Actually, what happens. So obviously people will say that because that seems like
it's also the case where they didn't see them before they made money a lot of times.
It's like, you know, fucking money for nothing, chicks for free. So obviously that's what people want to do because they think it's really easy, and it would be this that simple. You don't
like
do
being
that?
A musician.
Well, I think there's a lot more to it whenever you break it down and you actually look at kind of the amount of like time I spend like reading things, and like also like with me it's very like weird because I also have like other things that I'm doing that isn't just content, right? Like OTK, Starforge, etc. So it's hard to use me as an example, but I think for YouTube content creators, for example, like you have to think of the video that you're making.
I don't think Asmin would be like a really good one to, or even like other ones like myself, Valkyrie, like OTK in general, like almost any of them, like basically channels that aren't really doing content in a sense. They're, what's the word I'm looking for? Like they're not doing a lot of editing. They're not actually doing things itself. They're just either playing a persona or them just being themselves. And people find that entertaining. But it's not a case where it's like having to spend like 10 hours on a 30-minute video. You know what I mean? Like to me, I see those guys as actual content creators, while everyone else is like just entertainers. Is kind of how I view it. Because it's like Joe Rogan. He's an entertainer. He's not really creating things. He's just entertaining to listen to or maybe watch. OTK, most of OTK members are like that I know of. So is like other streamers in general. Most streamers are that. Is they're not actually creating content, but they are entertaining to watch. So they are the content in a sense.
You have to source the material that you're going to use. You have to script out or speak and, you know, like make the video, like, you know, do the talking portion of the video. You then have to edit the video. Then you have to market the video. Like all of these things take a lot of time. So the actual recording time might only be 45 minutes, but the time that it takes to make that video a reality is 12 hours.
Yeah, like Mr. Beast, for example, is like an actual content creator. Like he's going out there and doing like actual things. Like it's not just like, hey, this is me, hello. And I'm not saying he's actually a little bit of both, to be honest. Like crazy fusion of like a really entertaining and a content creator. Because he actually puts like a ton of work into his videos. Well, like streamers that just react to things, like myself included, it's not exactly a lot of work. Like, yes, I do edit videos and like I'll put them on YouTube and stuff, but it's not like it takes me hours upon hours to do those kind of edits. I mean, it will take me a while because it's like I have to do multiple videos at once, but it's not like I'm doing videos like the Warcraft, like Platinum WoW, like those kind of videos. Like those take way, way, way longer, and it's a lot less. It's condensed, basically.
You hear from people.
I'll try not to pause too much because I just saw this video is pretty long. So
slathering of survivor bias, which is the tendency to concentrate on those who made it rather than those who did not. And I think that's understandable.
That is true. For every YouTuber that made it, there's like 1,000 that didn't.
Well, because those that did try and fail don't actually have a voice on this platform, which makes it real difficult to get their perspective.
Oh,
For
sure.
example, my flagship channel just hit over 1 million subscribers, which is
Nice.
actually not as rare as you may think. In 2022, it's estimated that somewhere between 25 to 30,000 channels have over 1 million subscribers.
That's crazy.
However, when you put that into
Yeah.
perspective, YouTube also estimates that there are roughly 37 million channels on the platform.
Right.
Not users, not viewers, just channels. Channels that are actually producing content. Which puts channels like mine in like the top 0.08%. And I don't say that to
Sure.
just like, statistically jerk myself off on camera. I mean, to be fair though, that ratio is pretty hot. But I say it more to highlight just how many unheard voices there really are.
Well, I always find this to be funny whenever somebody says that a streamer fell off and now they only get like 4,000 viewers now. Meanwhile, 4,000 viewers is in the top like 1,000 people on Twitch, or like, 500 people on Twitch or something like that. And then meanwhile, this is like, it's like 1 million people that have made platforms or made accounts. It's nuts.
Being the most equal opportunity platform in human history, the odds are still pretty astronomically stacked against you if you want to make YouTube a career. And I think the vast majority of people fail for one very simple reason. The most common factor I see with successful channels is pure obsession. You need to live and breathe your content. For example, I have this Luffy. I live it, I breathe it. That was creepy. You may or may not want to choose to include that. But whether it's anime,
I think that's definitely true, is that people don't spend a lot of time actually investing into their channel. Like, you see people talking about like, yeah, I do YouTube, but it's not really doing very well for me. And they upload one video a week. It's not very well edited. And sometimes they miss weeks. They don't really do anything on Twitter. Like, you're not really putting in effort here. You're not putting in work.
And to be fair, from my understanding, a lot of them do at first, but then they just give up. And I think it's fair, though. Sometimes you just got to realize this isn't making money. It's not a solid career path, and they do something else. Maybe they keep it as a hobby. You know what I mean? Like my case, like I'm doing this with the intent of hopefully one day making it maybe permanent. At the same time, I'm just like not going to delude myself. It doesn't work out, I have my job, so I'm not going to be homeless. And I have people relying on me, so it's never a case where I can just like quit and be like, no, I'm doing YouTube. Like I see some YouTubers and streamers say that. Like, no, you just got to make that a decision and just quit your job and do it. But it's like, not everyone can do that. But like, I'm not going to like pity party it. It's like, it is what it is. I have my circumstance. I'm just gonna do my best to work around it, and just keep doing it.
You're just doing the bare
I told myself
minimum,
I wasn't gonna
and
pause.
guess what? That's what you're getting out of it.
Yeah.
history, gaming, science, finance, beauty, like whatever. It honestly doesn't matter what the content is.
I think that in like a video I made 10 years ago, I said that to be the best, you have to be obsessed. And It's not something I invented either. I just heard it and thought it was true. I think it's still true.
I think that's a sports
People
term.
that are really, really good at something are usually hyper fixated on it to a degree that is unhealthy.
Yeah, I would say so.
It matters that you are absolutely obsessed with it. It could even be video making itself. Like, you might not be obsessed with the topic you're making a video on, but you're obsessed with the process of making the actual video. That's perfectly valid. The reason why you need to be obsessed, though, is because the bad times of video making are going to heavily outweigh the good times. For example, to make a Grand Line review video, I have to write a roughly 2,500 word script. And not only that, but I'm
gonna be honest. Like, most of my videos, I did not script. I would only have, like, bullet points that I was going to talk on, and then I would just go.
So with what Asmon's talking about, there's actually, like, in writing, that's actually a thing as well for people who write novels and stuff. There are people who have to have, like, scripts and stuff, like, basically very organized way of writing, and then you have other people who just give me an idea and I'll run with it, and I'll just, you know, off the cuff, just go with it. So I think it's interesting that it's both in writing and in videos.
I'd be like, oh yeah, and oh yeah, dog shit mounts. Okay, well this is gonna be the next 5 minutes. Here we go. Yeah, and I'd have, like, in my mind what I was gonna say, but I wouldn't have it written down.
That 4 days a week for that channel alone. Add a New World review and Dude in a Room, which I'm doing right now, and that means I'm writing at least one whole essay per day. And that's a lot. That gets hard. Often, I just want to do anything else that isn't writing. But this is where obsession carries you pretty hard. Because I'm so, arguably, unnaturally invested in what I'm talking about, that passion outweighs the grind.
Yes.
And you can apply that to any part of the process. Like, say, editing. What you guys see on screen is like a fun 3-second effect. But what you don't see is, like, the hour and a bit that it took me to research and implement that effect. I'm tearing my hair out in frustration until it actually works. If I wasn't obsessed with what I was talking about, I would have quit.
Well, it's also, like, having awareness of doing it. So, for example, like, what you're really talking about, like, that effect there is you're taking two different, what's the word for it? Two different layers, putting them on, like, you know, let's say Sony Vegas. Like, the first layer is the poop sound effect, and the second layer is the poop, you know, PNG image or JPEG or whatever. And then you take it, and then you take the rotation on the end. What is it called again? The end of the frame, and then you rotate it around. How long would this actually take to do? If you were good at it, like, I used to be very, very good at editing because I had to do it all the time. So I would find different ways that I could, I could kind of turn editing into, like, a formulaic process that I could almost automate by, like, having presets and having just...
It's also a case where, because I do obviously edit, so to a degree I'm not, like, big on editing, but I do use editing software, and a lot of it has, like, preset effects that you can add to images and stuff. Like, for example, end of the video, like, I have, like, this, like, end of video little thing that I put on there mainly because I felt like my videos were just cutting short, like, just abruptly, and I don't really like it when other videos do it, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll do something for my videos. And a lot of it is just me messing with the tools of the editor and figuring out, okay, this does this, this does that, and just trying to combine them to be somewhat okay. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to say my ending thing is, like, anything special. It's really not. But, like, a lot of the effects that Asmon's now talking about, even with, like, that poop thing moving, it actually wouldn't take that long. With the editor he just showed, which I believe is Power Director, which I do use as well, along with something else. And it's not that hard. I'm like thinking in my head, like, on what tools I would need to replicate that. I don't think it would be that hard.
Just different auto plays that I could do.
A long time ago. So on the
probably
bright side,
5 minutes.
YouTube is one career.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, a person who's new to it, it would take them probably over an hour to do that. And a person that, like this guy, I bet he probably did that in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Having a crippling
maybe
and
10.
Potentially socially awkward obsession can really pay off. But if you just like something, or even worse, if you just like the idea of being a YouTuber, then you are almost certainly going to fail. And even if you do succeed, there is a price to success. And by far, the biggest price is time.
Most people like being YouTubers or like streamers or something like that because they feel like they're special and they want to be treated like they're special. Which, in my opinion, is like the pinnacle of cringe. Oh my God. Oh, everybody, I want people to know that I'm special. I want people to recognize me, and, you know, I want people to like me. They want the attention. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, stop it. Like, what are your parents? Did your parents not give you enough attention? Stop this.
Yeah, that is weird. I think if you're going to go into streaming, like, first and foremost, you should try to see what you can provide to your viewers in any way. Like, hot top streamers, they're providing, you know, eye candy. You know, they're visually appealing. Like, even if they don't provide other things, at least they have that going for them, right? And then you have, like, podcasters and stuff like that. And myself, like, I'm just speaking. So if I felt like I was really poor at speaking, which I can be at times, but like, if I felt like I really couldn't talk about stuff or comment on things, I probably wouldn't continue this. If I did it for a while, it's like, yeah, I suck at commenting. And I probably do. Who knows? But at least I am trying it, basically. Like, until I'll rewatch some of my stuff just to see, like, okay, did I comment enough? Because I don't like it when I watch a video and there wasn't much I could say. I probably wouldn't even upload that video. Just maybe I have already and I didn't even realize it, but there were a few times where I'm streaming and I'm like, man, I didn't even say much. I'm not going to do anything with this. Because it's like, why would you watch it? Like, I wouldn't watch it, and it's my video, so.
Like,
right, last time I paused it, sorry.
It's so fucking desperate and pathetic. It's sad.
Yeah.
Even the simplest of videos when you're inexperienced takes a long, long time. However long you're thinking, triple it, quadruple it, maybe even do the other one.
Yeah, the first time I was editing videos, it took me forever, like almost the whole day. And then it's been getting shorter and shorter and shorter every time as you learn more things about it.
It's a long time.
I said I would stop and I didn't. Okay.
Do that, or maybe even more. And then when you do know how to make videos, you start getting more ambitious, which just adds more time. And the people at the very top do have a much healthier work-life balance because they can afford to hire employees, which frees up time for
That's true.
Sort of
yeah, most YouTube content creators that are more popular, they will probably have an editor. And I think he even referred to, are we going to keep that in for the video, whenever he was doing the licking of the poster. So I'm pretty sure he might have an editor as well.
But that's not the vast majority of YouTubers. That's not even me. And for those of you who are just beginning, it is going to be years and years on this
journey. Could you please increase volume? Is the volume low?
It's a bit low. I've been kind of dealing with it because I didn't have a way to increase his voice while keeping Asmon's like the same.
It's hard for me to tell how low or high the volume is because I have these like my beanie on, and because of that I'm not hearing it as in the same volume that I usually am. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Before you can even think of the concept of
that is
hiring
better.
someone, which means that all of that time being put into the channel is just yours. And so if YouTube is your hobby, then sure, that's fine. You can afford to chuck in a little bit of time here and not a lot of time there. But if you have ideas of becoming more serious than that, then honestly, you should probably be prepared to just write off your social life. To be clear, I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm saying that it's a bit of an inevitable cost, especially when you're just starting, because you'll probably already have a full-time job to support all of the living that I hear you like to do. So when you...
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. That's what I did is whenever I first started YouTube, I was actually going to college, and then my goal was to just make enough money to live and not have to get a job.
Get home from work, you won't have time to do anything that you want to because you will need to be making videos. And on weekends, mate, that is prime video making time. If you're not using those, then you're probably not posting videos, because to post videos, you need to make videos, and to make videos, you need to use the time to make them. It's a lot. And again,
it's like people say, do something you love and you'll never work a day in your life. There's also do something you love and you'll learn to hate it and create an extremely unhealthy work-life balance that makes you hate your entire life. Both of these things are possible.
That is very true.
And even the really
if you
simple
let
ones
it,
take
yeah.
a long time to make. For example, it can take anywhere from 12 to 24 hours to make a standard Grand Line review video. That includes research, writing, recording, editing, thumbnail making, and whatever other production needs pop up. And that time cost is after having streamlined the process to what I think is currently its most efficient. It also doesn't necessarily get better when you do get to hire staff, like say editors. I have 2 editors for Grand Line Review who edit half the videos whilst I edit the other half. And I can't count the amount of times I've run into a situation where I've been invited out, because that happens sometimes for some reason. But I can't go, because if I do go out, it means I won't have the time to have a project ready for one of my editors. So what am I meant to say in that situation? Sorry, Mr. Editor, but you're not getting paid this week because I wanted to have a fun night out. Or alternatively, I pay them regardless because it was my fault for not being prepared in time, and that night out ends up just costing me a disgusting amount. And I actually think that Mr. Beast is a great example to bring up here. I often sing his praises for just having taken control of this platform with increasingly brilliant ideas, but that guy has no life outside of video making. He lives in his studio and just spends 24/7 working. The 10 minutes of video that
that's what he likes doing. That's what he does. And there are people, by the way, like for me, I stream every single day, and I love streaming. I like, if I made no money streaming, I would still stream. I would not give a fuck. Yeah, he's obsessed with it. Yes, exactly.
Releases every month or so is the result of weeks and months of just non-stop obsessive work. And if that's not a lifestyle that appeals to you, then maybe aiming to be a YouTuber isn't the greatest of ideas. Because every bit of sweet success you taste is going to make you more and more willing to give that much more of your life away. And that's to say nothing of the list.
That's definitely what's happened with it's what's happened with me to an extent, is that I like doing what I like doing. And I just kind of, I'm gonna open the window, it's getting a little bit, actually, yeah, I'll open the window and then turn this off. Give me 1 second, guys, sorry. Fucking piece of shit. It's 81 fucking degrees because it was freezing in my house. Okay, we should be fine. Anyway, like, yeah, that's what happened with me, is like, I will, like, always do more and more and more and more until, like, I'm overwhelmed, and then it's a problem. Yeah, I do that a lot.
Years of time investment that you may need to put in before anything starts paying off. I mention this a lot, but it's never been more relevant than it is now. I was making videos for 3 years before I saw a single cent. Not that everything is about money, but look,
I got pretty lucky. Whenever I first started making videos, I made a few of them, and
that's what I referred to earlier. Is a lot of creators will say that they've been doing their thing for years and just are barely now making money. Not that they're barely making money, just recently have been making money.
Started doing well, and I made more, and they also did well, and then I just kept making them, and like after like 6 months of making videos or so, already I was making enough money to where I could do that as a full-time job.
That's
but
really
you have to
good.
keep in mind that whenever I was doing that, I had played WoW for like 10 years at that time. Yeah, something like, I don't know, it was like somewhere around there. And I played WoW for like a massive amount of time. I had like a crazy amount of game knowledge. So like whenever I started making these videos, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I knew this shit better than anybody else, and nobody was even remotely close. And you can go back to the original videos, and you can see that.
Eventually, you do need to
at
find
least
a way
among the
to
people
sustain your
uploading
obsessive
videos.
activities. And continuing along the lines of obsession, one thing you need to know is that YouTube is a platform designed to get you addicted to success. As a creator, I often feel like a dog being fed a delicious treat by YouTube every time I perform the trick it is they want to see. I mean, within the creator dashboard, they reward you with literal fireworks when one of your videos performs amazingly, which of course leads to more views, more growth.
I thought that was kind of
revenue.
cringe. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've seen it like when I'm looking at like my videos. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, oh, that's weird. Okay, like I don't really care, to be honest. I don't know if this is healthy, but I try to see it as this. Like, I'm not gonna really like super focus in on like things that most people normally would, which is like viewership and like subscription. My thing is, am I learning things? Like, can I still get better at this? Or is there something I feel like I can do more of? Like, I just focus on that instead. And I think if ever it gets to the point where I don't, and I feel like I can't, or not learning anything new, whether it's editing, speaking on the mic, like I notice I say a lot, and you guys probably catch it. And I try to tell myself, like, okay, that doesn't sound that good. So try to avoid doing that. I still do it, but I think I've cut back on it a lot. And even in the editing, like, I try always learning things from there too. So I think that's, for me, how I'm just going to go at it, or how I've been going at it. I don't know if it's the better way or whatever, but so far it's made doing these kind of things just a lot easier.
It's all very addictive. And that only makes me more willing to invest time into it because I need that hit, you know? But it also has a very harsh come down because when you do perform badly, not only does YouTube not reward you, but it actively punishes you. Every time I hit...
It sucks whenever you have a video that doesn't do well. This is just like for me. I don't take it personally whenever my videos don't do well, but having my streams not do well is like much more bothersome for me. And I think the reason for that is because whenever you're streaming, you have to deal with like that success or lack thereof in immediate real time. You know, you're seeing how well the stream is going. You have people in your chat that are telling you if it's going bad because they don't like you, or they're telling you it's going well because they do like you. They're like constantly putting pressure on you to, you know, meet your expected viewer count.
That seems a lot more rougher.
Like, I think Twitch is like extremely toxic in that way, and YouTube is not like that at all. And I actually vastly prefer YouTube because of that. But overall, I don't take it personal whenever it's a YouTube video. It doesn't
streaming, and the other is just uploading videos because he doesn't stream on YouTube whatsoever that I know of.
Do well, but I do take it personal whenever it's a stream that doesn't do well. Sure. Have a low performing video, I feel like, oh, it's just, my career is over. It makes it really difficult to do things like say sleep, which I've heard is pretty important. And it also makes me really adverse to taking risks in terms of video content. I know what my YouTube audience wants, so I give it to them, and I tend to avoid passion projects that could harm or even sink the channel. But again, this is where obsession comes in clutch. I am so obsessed with One Piece that I am happy to talk about anything. It really doesn't matter because...
Yeah, I think that's what really matters, is that, you know, you're super enthusiastic about it, you like it a lot. Like, how many of you guys have seen somebody who, you know, they really like World of Warcraft, for example, and then over time they lose interest with WoW, and in the process of that they stop caring about it and the videos go down in quality? Me? No, I stopped making videos about WoW. Like, that wasn't me at all.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Like, don't fucking put this shit on me. That was not me. But the problem is that I didn't. Like, I kept making, like, achievement guides. But the game was in such a bad state, nobody cared about achievement guides anymore. They just wanted to talk about how bad the game was. So I'm like, okay, well, do I want to spend 20 hours making an achievement guide? Or do I want to spend 20 minutes talking about how flying sucks in Warlords of Draenor? I mean, damn.
Yeah.
This is my favorite thing. And if I didn't have that acute obsession, I think always having to min-max content could be quite soul-destroying. And that's before you bring up the idea of putting yourself out there publicly. Because something you should be prepared for is the fact that some people are just going to hate you. Sometimes
it's not just that they're going to hate you, and this is something that's very true with streaming, is that people will say things just to make a streamer squirm, just to make them mad, just to get a reaction. And a lot of people don't have the right...
You know what's crazy? Like, as small as my thing is, like, I basically have, like, no one. It's happened to me, like, already. Like, I think the first time I streamed, I think it was one person. And then it was the fourth time I streamed. There's, like, two people who were, like, I don't know, trying to talk smack. And it's just like, what the heck? Like, what are you doing? I didn't even address it. I'm just like, what? Why?
Right approach to
so I can't even imagine like a bigger streamer, you know what I mean?
Here is the right approach to it. This is my advice for anybody. Never take anybody's criticism that is not another content creator. If a viewer tells you to do something, They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Don't listen to them.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do. And if you don't have the right
and even then, that second part where it's like not from a content creator, I would say it depends on who the content creator is. Like, is it someone you respect as a content creator? Because if not, don't listen to them either. Like, I wouldn't listen to them, just straight up. Maybe if they were like really big, in which case I would see, I would try to see what they're like kind of insinuating, not insinuating, but like trying to get across. Because obviously, if they're a bigger creator, they kind of know the ins and out of the system in a sense. So they would have more weight behind their words. But even then, if I didn't really respect them as a creator, like, I don't know if I would take it seriously.
Insight, and you have to have random chatters tell you what you should do, stop right now and get another job. Because you clearly don't fucking understand the space. You don't understand what you're doing. You don't understand your content. You have no intuitive understanding of how that content is supposed to relate to people. Just do yourself a favor and get another job. But
yeah,
like, you should never go and like take somebody's feedback like, oh yeah, this is something that I should do. And I'm not saying nobody ever gives good feedback. But I think that whenever you're trying to find good feedback from like a comment section or from YouTube, YouTube like videos and shit like that, not YouTube videos, but like, YouTube comments, I would say. And, or like Twitch chat or something like that, or Twitter, like, you are literally talking about finding a needle in a haystack, because these people don't fucking understand. They don't get it, and it's not their fault. They're just viewers. Like, they're not stupid. They're not inferior. They're probably a lot better at you than you at, like, I don't know, being an electrician, or, being a teacher, or working in the military or something like that. They're very good at that. But, I mean, if this guy's like a fucking, I don't know, like a plumber, you're not going to go and tell him. He's not going to be asking you, how do you think I should install this pipe here? He's going to know what to do because he's a fucking plumber. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's the smart thing to do, is to not listen. Yeah, the old war backseater essay comment. Well, that's just video game shit. But I'm saying, like, the directions to take your channel in. What qualifies as feedback, though? Because seeing your content not doing well and acting on it is kind of taking your viewers' feedback into your account. I think that a quote from Jeff Kaplan is perfect for this situation. You cannot rely on your players to tell you how to solve a problem, but you can sure as hell rely on them to tell you that it's there.
That's actually really smart.
So what I mean by that is that
I remember that quote.
If a lot of people don't like something that you're doing, maybe that might not be a good idea to do.
But I also think it's also different, where it's like, if everyone is like, majority of the player base or viewership is saying something is bad, I think you should look at it seriously. Like, oh, it's not just one person. It's not just 10 people. It's like 70% of the views are all saying this, or player base in Jeff Kaplan's case. So to me, like, I don't completely agree with that, but I do think that that is true.
But it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to tell you what you should do instead and have that be a solution.
Exactly.
So yes, obviously, nothing is like just a fucking black and white, never take feedback. But I think that, again, over 99% of the feedback that at least I get is not good feedback. It's not something I would do. Does that make sense? Viewership is better feedback than comments. In general, yes, but not always. Because sometimes whenever you do something that has a very high viewership, like, for example, like girl content, I think this is a great example. Like, there's a lot of streamers that do girl content. And girl content is a great way to grow your channel in the short run and kill your channel in the long run. Because the people that you attract with that are weirdos and losers and kids. And there is nothing that is more mercurial and fleeting than weirdos, losers, and kids. Number one. Number two.
Yeah, like, even his chat's putting in there, like, girl content. I'm not sure it's like makeup tutorials.
Whenever you are doing that content, you're also alienating hot tub streamers, normal, average, chill viewers that are more, I don't know, like, what's the word for it? Like, more well-adjusted, okay? Let's just be honest. They're way more well-adjusted. They're not weirdos that are trying to live their, like, their relationship life through you. They just want to watch the content and chill out. So the more that you fixate on that kind of stuff, the more that you not only alienate viewers that are going to be more attached to your content as a whole, but you also bring in viewers that are only there for that one type of content. Does that make sense?
In a sense, it's like for those streamers and stuff who dedicate their streams to a certain game. Like, for example, Asmon with WoW prior to this, where it's like, what happens if the game starts dying? Like, when WoW entered, like, BFA and Shadowlands, a lot of streamers lost a ton of viewership. Like, just probably destroyed a bunch of channels. I don't know if that's exactly true, but it wouldn't surprise me. But it's even worse for, like, if you were, like, an Overwatch streamer, you know what I mean? Or, like, I mean, I'm trying to think of something else, but it's like if your game's no longer it, then your channel's going to also take a hit. So,
yeah, I know for a fact, a lot of people started watching after the depth trials. My wife woke up every damn day, was like, is Asmon streaming it? Yeah, but where are they now? Well, they're not watching because I'm not doing that.
yeah,
You see what
that's
I'm
a good
saying?
point.
Like, sure, I've retained some viewers from that in general, and like I wouldn't consider that a mistake or anything like that. But overall, after you stop doing that, then those people are going to leave. Does that make sense? What's considered girl content? I mean, I'm not really trying to get into an example of it or like anything like that, because then people go, oh, what about this streamer always talking about this guy? I fucking hate him too. I think that we all know. Guys, can we just be honest? We know what girl content is on Twitch. Come on. Let's be real. So yeah, that's an example. So viewership is not always the best indicator, but it is an indicator, and it is generally a good one.
There's a decent reason for this, and there's some constructive criticism that you can take on board. But most of the time, it's just going to be people saying they hate your face or your voice or anything, literally anything, whatever you can.
My best advice is that if somebody's criticism of you includes a insult on your personal appearance, throw the criticism in the garbage. Don't even keep reading. Immediately stop reading, move on, read something else. Yeah, because
it's not helping anyone.
Immediately
you
throw it away.
Change your face.
Whatever you can hear, someone hates it. Legitimately, whatever you put out there, someone is going to have a reaction of visceral disgust to. All of which is to say that if you're particularly sensitive, either prepare yourself for this or maybe rethink the idea of being a YouTuber altogether. Because
yeah, that's true. And it's unfortunate that is the case because nobody should have to be subjected to harassment. However, if you make YouTube content, you will get feedback. And all of that feedback will not be positive.
Yeah, that's
Even
true.
if 90% of the feedback is positive, having 10% of the people that watch you or consume your content hate it is like a awful ratio and is extremely taxing.
Oh, is it? Maybe I'm like different than most people. Like things like that really don't bother me. Like even in like, so a lot of my work experience, especially early on, was like customer service. Like it never bothered me when people were like pissed off at me. Like I'm just doing my job, take it or leave it. Like you can yell at me, and if you take it too far, I'll just get my manager. At least back then. So it's just like I don't care. Like you know, hopefully like I'll be like this. Like if ever like YouTube like actually goes further than what it is, and I actually get people like really hating on me, I'll just won't care, hopefully.
So that's what I would say. You'll be a loser. Yeah, you gotta have thick skin to be a content creator. I think so. And also you have to have, like what I've said before is like you have to be your own North Star. You have to be the person that you want to be. You have to be able to know, okay, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to go.
Yeah.
And you can listen to other people's feedback, but that's not going to, you're not going to read like 3 comments and then be like, wait a second, I'm going to go a completely different direction. That's whenever you start making mistakes.
Yeah.
It's very exposing, and it could destroy you. You know, I was once actually sent a death threat because of my opinions on comic book pirates. Good times. Look, it shouldn't have to be this way, but it's the sort of thing that you need to expect. To quickly touch on business, if running your own business is...
I think getting death threats aren't that big of a deal. I mean, obviously it is. Like, I'm said that really badly. What I mean is, like, if you've been on the internet long enough, it's happened.
Something that doesn't appeal to you, then this also
Even
may
without
not be
being
the
a
right
content
career
creator.
path. There's this romantic idea amongst viewers that YouTube is all about the passion, you know, just dude in room doing his thing for the world to see. So honest, so raw. But then as soon as you start making your first cent, everything changes. Because whether you
Well, yeah, I mean, this is always very true. Like, you know, you have people that think that, oh, well, this guy, he just likes doing it for whatever reason.
He looks
People
a little
like
unhinged
doing it
with
because
where
it
this
makes a lot of
paused.
money. Do you want to know why everybody follows Twitch trends? Because it gives you more viewers.
Yeah.
Duh. Obviously. So yeah, you just acknowledge that. It's not bad, but there it is. And there are some Twitch trends that, you know, like, you know, for me, I'll follow some and not others. I think that most people do that.
When they were watching, like, Gordon Ramsay and stuff,
this
or
as
do
a
they
business
still
or
do
not,
that?
the government sees it as a business, and
Yeah.
so you need to treat it like one. Which means that you are now subject to a whole new side of law that you need to be on top on, or else you could get into some serious trouble.
Well,
This
you
is
don't
a very
really need to be on top of that. You need to have a CPA that's on top of that, or some person that you hire to make those decisions for you. And the thing is, you're never going to know everything about the tax law. That's why people go to school for like 6 years and then still they don't know everything about it. There's a reason for that, okay? So you're not going to just like Google a few things and then be like, oh, okay, well, I understand everything. So yeah, I think that's a very big factor. And
Yeah.
well, let's see. I was going to say something else. I'm trying to remember what that
Then
was.
they're constantly
And, fuck is
updating
Twitch
the
trends?
taxes.
Well, I think it's
the
like
rules
just
on-
doing things that are popular. Basically, like playing games that are popular, farming different trends, like watching different content, etc.
very common story with YouTubers, especially younger ones. But the amount of people I've heard that just forgot to pay their
That's why people go to jail. Wait, what? That's why people go to jail? No, I don't think that's what I was saying. Sorry, no, I'm being so I'm so confused. Okay, let's just move on.
tax on their YouTube income is terrifyingly astonishing. And that caused them big problems because they weren't prepared to run even the most basic aspect of a business. And I'm not saying I'm amazing at this. I despise admin. I am so shit at it. And it's by far my least favorite part of this career. But this is, again, where obsession pays off. I love talking about fictional pirates so much that I am willing to sit down and just dive into my personal living hell that is admin. And then there's people. It's kind of weird, actually. Despite the stats I showed you earlier with like the staggering amount of kids wanting to be YouTubers, the majority of society still doesn't even recognize this as a real job. I would say that when you get to talking to people...
I think that if you care what you're doing if other people approve of what you're doing as a job, you've already lost. You're a loser.
I don't know about loser,
the truth is
yeah,
that you
probably
don't
not
need
gonna...
anybody else's approval to do what you want.
That is,
like most people care. Yeah, I know, because they're pathetic.
But at the same time, I mean, a lot of people do look for approval from like their parents or loved ones. So I don't know if I agree with Asmin on that one. Like, not that I don't think I disagree on that. You're not like a loser or pathetic. Because to me, it's like that doesn't make someone a loser or pathetic. I do think that you should try to change that mindset to not have other people's approval affect how you live your life. Like if you are now living a shittier life because you wanted their approval, if that makes sense.
It's pathetic to care what like a random person. Like imagine like some
person.
guy.
I was talking like your parents or something.
You know, he works at some office and he's judgmental about your job. Well, who the fuck are you? You're a loser.
Yeah.
What do you? I don't want to be you.
If you're caring about some rando,
why would I want to think? Why would I care what you think? This is very important distinction. I've always thought is that if you don't care, if you don't want to be this person, if this person isn't where you want to be, don't take their fucking advice.
Yeah, that's actually really true.
It's that simple. Yeah, you don't gotta go sit around and listen to some person who doesn't like you tell you what you need to do to earn their approval.
Yeah,
who
exactly.
the fuck cares about what they think?
They're like YouTube
Nobody
comments.
does.
Just ignore them.
They don't matter. Yeah, thank you guys. Massive knowledge. Yeah, some environments are less forgiving than others. Think about family. So what? oh wow, you know, your mom and dad don't agree with what you're doing. Who cares? So what? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
See, this is what I was talking about. Like, I disagree with him because Asmon's obviously like someone who just probably doesn't care what anyone thinks, including his own family. To a degree, I think he does, obviously, to a sense. But like, there's a lot of families that are very strict, where if you're not going for like the doctor or like a high paying job, that's kind of a guarantee of a high paying job. Like, there may be cases where you get disowned. So, and obviously, if your parents are going to do that, they're not the greatest of parents to begin with. But like, I'm not going to sit here and act like I would do better in that position.
Like what? Why? Like I mean, yeah. What? Okay. So I guess you don't like it. Okay, that's fine. Nobody who asked.
Around 30 plus, it's a very foreign concept, so you should be prepared for some awkward discussions. A lot of times people can ask what in any other profession would be considered quite an invasive question. Yeah. Stuff like, how much money do you make and how do you make it? And I still don't really...
Oh, people ask me this kind of stuff all the time. One of the most awkward things is that my dad will, anytime that he sees somebody, he will immediately go and tell them within probably 2 minutes of talking to them how much money I make. This is not, I'm not a fan of this. I know he's very proud of me and I appreciate that. I'm very glad. But like, you know, like I don't even tell, I don't tell people or anything. Like actually, it's cringe, not that I don't tell people. If people ask, I tell them, right? Like, sure, yeah, whatever. But I don't.
But to go around telling people without them asking.
I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. Tell us. I'm not going to tell you guys. How about this? I've got a new accountant, and they're working on my taxes. And I'll tell you guys how much I owe the IRS, okay?
Oh, that'd be funny.
Whenever they get everything sorted. Yeah.
You know, people are going to try to do the math to see if they could reverse engineer it.
People I still don't really know. Yeah. I tend to find that people fall into one of two camps when they discover that I'm a YouTuber. Either it's, holy crap, that's amazing, you know, the sort of putting you up on a pedestal and worshipping the idea thing, which comes with a lot of its own problems. Mm-hmm. Or there's the other way, which is to be completely dismissive of everything you do. Because to them, it probably just sounds like you've said, I play with Lego on my bedroom floor for a living. And here's a good example from my real life. So
some people make a living doing
that. What I
that.
always tell people is I'm an independent broadcaster. Like, or I make content online.
Does sound a lot better.
Like I remember there was like this guy that came over and they were doing they were doing like pest control, and he was like up in my room. He's like, "Oh, bro, you stream?" I'm like, "Yeah, I stream." And like I talked to him about this for like fucking an hour. I never told him like what my channel was, if I was successful, how well my channel was doing. I was just talking to him like he's a normal fucking person. That's all you have to do.
I'm surprised they didn't ask throughout that whole hour. Like, oh, how's it been? Like, how much do you, like, roughly how much have you been making? Or, like, I guess that would be a little invasive, right? But I think asking the channel would be normal, right?
It's not hard.
Do some theater work from time to time, and it's well past the point where I can keep my actual career a secret. As a result, it often does come up in conversation because, you know,
you would be very surprised. I think that there are a lot of people that have a chip on their shoulder, and this is not something that's unique to streaming, by the way. There's a lot of people that want to find an opportunity to be very conspicuous about being successful. That's why you see people driving $400,000 cars around. It's because, what do you think? Like, oh, wow, this car can go 220 miles an hour. Where are they going 220 miles an hour? No, you're not. You're driving 43 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone over to, the grocery store to pick up, over to Whole Foods so you can buy overpriced food there. That's it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, people love showing off. That's why, like, There's like
That's why the
fucking
store.
Gucci bags are $16,000.
I was just thinking that. Yep. Like brand name stuff.
Novelty profession. So one time I was in between shows chatting with the group and the question came up of, what would you do if you could no longer do YouTube? Which is a great question actually, one that I ask myself every time a video performs poorly. But before I could answer, another slightly older member of the company interjected and said, well, he'd have to actually work. Which elicited a big group laugh that I just had to go along with. It was either that or get like very confrontational. Because I very rarely get angry.
Why? Like, people say the same stuff to me. It doesn't bother me at all. Because, like, I don't care. Why would I care what a 55-year-old boomer thinks of my job if he thinks it's actual real work or not?
Yeah. No reason you should.
If I could just sit home and do nothing and just get paid a lot of money, I'd do that.
It's also cases where there are jobs like that, by the way. Like, I'm not going to go into details because it's like involving my own job. But there are people who make money. Like, I've talked to them and they tell me what they do and how they got where they are. And they literally aren't doing anything and they're making like a ton of money. So
you in my life,
it's not just streamers that can get to that point.
Doing something, you know, having a job where you have to do something. No.
Like, I'll talk about two examples real quick. One was someone had started up basically a school for special needs, and they sold it to like the state or something along those lines. So they're retired, don't have to work a day in their life now. The other one, kind of similar situation in that they started up their own thing, but instead of selling it, they hired someone to run it, and they don't have to do a thing. They just make sure that the money just keeps coming in, and that's about it.
You do, though. Yeah, there you go.
Like, basically, do your own thing. Like, working for a company probably won't get to that point where you can do nothing and still make money unless it's like a position that doesn't really need to be there, but it's there. Like, there are cases where you run into that too, so.
It pays.
Where you're in like a corporate office and the people there are just like playing freaking games on their computer.
Work has evolved. Yeah, work's evolved, man. Like, yeah, get with the times, old man. Real work had real work. No, a real job, definitely. Work is what you make it. Yeah, people like that. Like, there's no reason to try to correct or fight with somebody like that, because in doing so, you acknowledge that their opinion is worth correcting or fighting against.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's completely irrelevant. It actually doesn't matter what they think.
Exactly.
Never forget that.
In real life, but this was one of those situations where I really could have gone off. Because it was a joke, yeah, but you know, there's always truth in jokes. And I could tell that from her perspective, I don't work. I just sort of fuck around all day and somehow make money doing it. While she has real work to do, like a job that makes you get up in the morning and go to a place to do a task. And that's how you make a real living. And that's the sort of thing you'll have to deal with. People not considering what you do a, quote, real job. I don't know, you don't carry bricks or you don't enter numbers.
Here we go. The Chad unemployed never has worked a single hour in his life, has so much free time he can do anything he wants, doesn't have nightmares, doesn't have to worry about paying rent because he lives with his mom, isn't going to commit a mass shooting, has plenty of time to make for his friends, has more than enough time to bank all the hot Stacy's, clean-shaven face, no bags under his eyes because he sleeps as long as he wants. So true. Neat life.
I was gonna say, like, some of that was Aspen, but I don't think a lot of it was.
There you go, man. Abso-fucking-lutely. That dude, that's me? Yep.
Into a spreadsheet. I don't know. I don't know what a real job is anymore. I just fuck around all day and somehow make a living whilst doing it.
Sure.
You know what? Leave a comment in the comment place if you have a real job and tell me what it is. I'm legitimately interested. But in conclusion, unless you have a crippling obsession with something, maybe rethink the whole YouTube thing. Because it will cost you time, it will cost you mentally, and it will cost you socially. I don't care how good you think you are at balancing a work life, it is going to cost you. And you could spend years paying all of those costs, all for the insanely low chance of actually breaking through. through. And these are things
then
no
you
one
get banned.
tells you, because all of the advice you hear is from the 0.1% of people who actually
That
made
would
it.
suck.
But also, if you want to do it, go for it. Do it now. Because this is still a very unique opportunity, but maybe keep these things in mind before, during, and after you decide to invest years and years of your life into it.
I think this is a pretty good video. Somebody suggested for me to watch this, and I just was like, yeah, maybe link it to me and I'll take a look at it. And I never actually took any time to do that. But I'm very glad that I watched this. I think that's everything that he said was pretty accurate, etc. I do think, however, the moment that you let another person be the gatekeeper of your happiness and like your fulfillment, and what your fulfillment has to somehow fall in line with what their
You've kind of already
standards
lost.
are. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Fuck everybody else. Only do what you want. And if you're not happy, nothing else matters. That's the way I see things, okay? You can say it's selfish. You can say it's entitled. You can say I'm an asshole. You can say anything you want, and it won't matter because it's not going to stop. That's it. That's all I've done. My whole...
I also think that's like what you should try to do. Like, I don't think you should abandon any and all responsibilities in your life, but like trying to make your life better in any way should be what people should try to do if you're unhappy with what is currently happening.
Whole life, and that's all it's ever going to be. Let's see here. How's it be a therapist? No, I've no fucking shot on that one, man. I'm starting to think that way. Yeah. Did you get your degree before you worked for the IRS? No. It was I think it was a G4 or G5 in government, and so that's like a certain pay scale, and you didn't need a degree for that one. And so no, I got my degree after that. Fortunately, a lot of people grew up with a mindset that cares too much about other people's opinions. Hard to change. Good. Then take advantage of it and find ways to manipulate them into giving you money. It's simple.
Wow. Okay.
Like if you can't listen, if you can't change what people think, you just have to use them to your advantage.
Yeah, like NFTs. Or like they thought it was gonna be the next Bitcoin, basically. Okay. Don't be a YouTuber. I don't know if that's the correct title. It's what to expect as a YouTuber or something like that. Because it's like, and that's not even like every case. I think that was this guy's case and maybe a lot of cases. It's hard to say. I think it would take more people coming out and talking about what actually is involved. Because even with Asman, like when he was going over what he was doing, like doesn't sound like anywhere near the level of what this dude in a room went through. I might check out those other stuff because I want to get back into One Piece because it's crazy long, so not a lot of people really like it, but alright. Next video. That was a pretty long video. So this is a classic classic WoW one. Does anyone still play WoW Classic servers? I would assume some people. Maybe not a lot, but I don't see why not.
We actually have to go and...
Let's turn that up. Oh, and this video is probably by Asman. Let's take a look.
We actually have to go and check out the classic era servers. Yeah, actually,
Oh, this is the one where he makes a character and goes to the auction house.
Do that right now. So this is apparently a classic WoW. Not Burning Crusade, not Wrath Witch King, but classic WoW. And it's a server, and people have been playing on it now. They got nostalgia for 2019. What was it like? Who was here? Who was there? Let's see here.
Of course he goes Human Warrior.
Server? Well, let's see how many people are on the... or how many things are on the auction house and everything. I want to get an idea of this. Yeah, we're going to check the auction house. That's what's really going to give you an insight into it, right? I'm on my way over there. Oh, there's somebody leveling right there.
More people using the auction
house.
He's
level 16. Holy
more
shit.
activity.
What's he doing? Oh, he's leveling up his daggers. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
I really did not like that about Classic WoW.
No auction house. It's against the hardcore rules. Okay. Well, let me at least go in there and double check, okay?
I don't think he's playing hardcore though.
So 5-sub Andy on YouTube will accuse you of stealing their video idea. Too late. I already got it. It's mine now. Why are you copying Vaulty again?
I remember those
Bro, that was
videos.
one of my favorite days, man. That shit was so funny. Remember whenever Vaulty went live and he was muted for like a half hour? And he was just sitting there talking to himself? That shit was hilarious. Remember that? Yeah. He was a classic WoW content creator, and it was like some drama. Like, I don't have anything against him now. It was just funny that it happened.
Yeah, it's basically accusing
Okay.
Nasmin of copying his videos.
Here we go. So how many people are in Stormwind? There's one guy. 2 people, okay, not too bad. 3. 4. Wow. Wowee.
And then of course you got some dude
Holy
just wanting
shit,
to follow
look at
him.
this.
It's always been
Yeah,
a
there's
bit weird when people do
Stop,
that.
auction house is off limits. Okay, let me see what's on the auction house. Well, not to these guys. There's 270 items on here. It's not really that many, though. Let's be honest.
I was gonna say that's
Okay,
actually
so
pretty
there's
low.
not really that many people here. Let's see, who's 60? 15 people online? That's crazy.
a lot.
They can
I
do
feel like that's
UBRS. Oh my god.
If all of them
Let's
know
see
each
here.
other.
What about 20 to 30? 50 people. 20 to 30 warrior. 23 people. Just
That's
warriors.
a lot of warriors. Yeah.
Holy fuck,
It's almost
man.
50%.
What about rogue? 19 people. How about warlock? There's probably be a lot of warlocks. Oh, wow, wow. What about mage? What about mage?
None? Oh, 14.
I'm surprised there's not more mages than warlocks. Check the amount of items on the auction house on Lich King. Well, I'm just looking. The active realm is Whitemane. It's merged with a bunch of realms. I think that has a lot of people on there. Okay. And apparently they did kill Onyxia. Okay. So this is the hardcore server, which isn't necessarily the same thing. Let me just look at this guy's gear. Okay, damn. All right. This guy's actually fucking balling. God damn. What is this? Okay. Now, they haven't done Onyxia yet. They've done ZG. Somebody says, this guy messaged me, he says, we just killed the Nixia a few hours ago on hardcore, a few MC bosses too. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of people. Well, let's try and look at the other server that's like just a baseline server. Whitemane, people said, is the server. Let me see here.
It says low population, so I don't know.
Okay. Let me log on and see this. Yeah, and this should be the... This apparently is the popular server for Classic Era. Okay, there's one person, level 4. He's just playing the game. Let's go over to Stormwind on this one and see if there's that many there. They're doing a tournament on Season Masters, so there's a lot less online right now. Yeah, but you'll see like how many people are on the auction house, for example.
Yeah. I think that's why he does it. It is actually a good indicator on
His
the
name's Human
actual
Warrior.
player
Yeah,
activity.
Very unique and original. Check the zones like Westfall. Okay, let me see. Who's 60? Holy shit.
A lot more people.
Wow. Look at that.
But then again, this is not
People raid
hardcore,
here?
so...
They raid in classic World of Warcraft?
How do you know with the classic
Oh my
one, or the
God.
hardcore ones? Like, does the game
50 is,
automatically
yeah,
delete
50
your characters
is
if
the
you
search
die?
cap, by the way. So there's more than 50. If it hits 50, that means there's more than 50.
Yeah.
I mean, At least
Generally.
very high probability of it. I mean, there's clearly is. Oh, there's somebody right there. What's his guild name? His guild name is Classic Andy. What the fuck?
Well, if he's on a classic server or vanilla server.
They locked realms from Season of Mastery. Can free transfer here, so it's probably popping off because they locked those realms. Okay, so let's see this. We'll check Ironforge? No, I think we'll just look at Stormwind. Most people are going to be in Stormwind because you get the Onyxia. Oh my god, there's one right there. That's a wild Classic Andy. He's just riding around, playing the game.
Look at a zoo.
Oh, there's another one. Classic Andy. Now I'm a Classic Andy. Yeah, and the natural
That's
habitat,
pretty funny.
apparently. Okay, let's go into Stormwind. Oh, we're already seeing somebody here. What is... Oh my...
Does look quite a bit busier than the one he was just in.
What in the fuck?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that people still play vanilla.
What in the fuck?
Damn.
Oh my god, this guy is ready to go to war.
Yeah.
Look at this. That's impressive. He's got full bis? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have ATS, but he's close. This guy right here. Bro, look at that. Oh my god, look at this guy. Full fucking set. What is this? Holy fucking shit, this is crazy. You know what Blizzard could do? I would love if Blizzard did this. This guy's got War Chief's Blessing. This guy's ready to raid in the World of Warcraft. Girdle of the Mentor, Bone Reaving Edge, Black Hand's Bread. Holy shit, man. Strength +8. This guy does not give a fuck about survivability. Look at this. And Classic Realms for so long. Yeah. I mean, Classic has its own appeal. 3,000 items on the auction
that
house.
is a
That's actually a
huge
pretty good
difference.
amount. Let's see. What should I search for? Arcanite Bar. Okay, there's Arcanite Bars on the auction house. Black Otis. Wow. Okay, Edgemaster. Yep, there's an Edgemaster right there for $20,000.
Jesus.
Pendulum of Doom. Nope, Pendulum of Doom is not on the auction house. Lionheart. And, yep, there's 2 Lionheart Helms on the auction house. Holy shit. Let's see. Staff of Jordan. Good idea. No Staff of Jordan. Skullflame Shield. Yep, there's Skullflame Shield is on the auction house. There it is. Oh, man. It's got the Anubisath Warhammer, the Castigator, the gloves that McConnell stole from me, the leggings there. I think those are from Thaddeus. Onslaught. Oh, yeah, I even said Onslaught Girdle.
Jesus, what are you looking at?
Shoulders, of course. Oh, man.
That or they're
Look at
watching the
that.
stream.
Smite Reaver? No, that's not it. And this guy is just garbage, but he doesn't care. He's just here to, he's here to party, man. He
This
doesn't
guy's
even give a
garbage.
fuck. Look at this. Yeah, he's big chillin'. There's Lloyd's character. I guess this is from Season of Mastery. Oh, man. Pre-raid Bis Chad. Yeah, look at this. Okay. Sup, bro? What's up? This guy's got some pretty good fucking gear too. Look at this. Gauntlets of the Annihilator. Oh my god, he has the helmet for healing spec.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that. Wrist guards of vengeance. These are the best bracers in the game. I think these come from Vesuvius. So, here's the thing. I would love, absolutely fucking love, if Blizzard made classic era
Is that a
servers
Horde player?
free to play. Just do it.
That would be interesting.
If they made classic era servers free to play, you would get so many people in the game.
That
it would
is
be
true.
absolutely fucking insane. And I guarantee you, after people play classic enough, a lot of them will be like, you know what? I want to try out Wrath. I want to try out Dragonflight. Because that happened. There were a lot of people in Classic WoW that were like, okay, I played Classic for a while and I'm going to try out Shadowlands now.
Those poor bastards. But yeah.
Next season of Mastery should be free. I mean, I would love that. I think that... I think you have to let people play at least the old version of the game for free, or at least try it out, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
How
though.
could they monetize it, though? Simple. Whenever you give somebody a free trial of something, there will be a percentage of those people that will actually spend money on it. It's a lot better than a garbage level 20 cap, yeah. Paygo Alliance has 7,000 items on... on the auction house? Oh my god. They convert to paid customers, exactly. This is nuts.
Yep.
Yeah, look at them all. And these aren't just like stream snipers, these are real people.
Yeah, some of them look like to be, but a lot of them aren't.
Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, unbelievable, true.
I mean, people still play old school RuneScape, so I mean, it's not too surprising people play vanilla WoW.
Wait, is this new? I've never seen this picture before. Maybe I'm crazy, but I've never noticed that picture. Yeah, it's not
It's probably
new?
a fruit
Okay.
now.
Okay, so let's go back and I'm gonna look at fucking Goldshire. It used to be fruit. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Make it at least free to level up. Yeah, I think that they should do something like that, because it would be so good for the game if there was a way that you could play WoW for free that was meaningful. I think that's why Final Fantasy is so popular. Is because they have the free trial where you can actually play the game in a very big way. Versus like in WoW, you don't really have that. You can play like this tiny little version of the game that's not fun.
Yeah.
Free trial's better? Yeah.
Less than 1%. Yep.
It's not popular? Final Fantasy isn't? Oh, it is popular. Could be the ultimate Game Pass. I mean, I don't know. No, I think it has to be for free. You have to let people play for free, because that's what pretty much every single other game does.
Yep.
Like, Lost Ark does that, Final Fantasy does that, New World, to be fair, does not do that, and I think WoW needs to do that too. But bots? There's gonna be bots anyway. Like, what do you think? Like, oh wow, like, oh my god, there's gonna be so many bots. There's already so many bots. What could go wrong?
Lost Ark has way
Imagine
more.
amounts of copium to be offense not popular. Yeah, it is extremely popular by a lot of metrics. Some talk that they'll add Stormblood into the free trial. Maybe, yeah.
That would be smart, Square Enix to do that.
Final Fantasy won't let free players use Marketplace to full potential to combat bots. Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
Yeah, because you don't need the
Classic
auction house
open for a
in
meeting.
Warcraft to play the game. It makes some things easier, especially if you're trying to craft things, but other than that...
Just seeing whether it's worth it or not.
Like the only time like the auction house would become kind of an issue is if like they allowed raiding in the free trial, which I think they should. Like, why not? Because you have to get like a paid player to
I mean, I just think this is
get
really
you potions.
cool. And I do really hope that Blizzard is able to do something like this, because it would be really nice if you had a place where you could play with a lot of people and it was actually free to play.
Yeah.
Free to play. What? Wait, I reported somebody? Okay. Yeah, fuck them, man. I didn't even know I reported somebody. When did I report somebody?
Yeah, that must have been a misclick of some kind because I didn't even see it. Watch as the GM like, what's up, bro?
Okay. Alright, yep, sounds good to me. Great, thanks a lot. Okay, yeah, /who 20 to 30. Oh man, there's a lot of people actually leveling up in the game too. Look at this. Holy shit.
To be fair,
look
they
at
hit
this
the
guy.
50
This guy
mark.
was here all along. He's level 7. Any in Dead Mines? Who Dead Mines? Nobody is in Dead Mines. Wow. That is really cool to see, man. That's awesome. I agree about free-to-play, but not for Classic. It's an insulated community, already thriving on nostalgia, doesn't need free-to-play, but retail does. Nah, bro, like, because Classic WoW is,
Or you can do both. I got it. If you're gonna do it anyways, why not just do it on both? To where, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say, because even Final Fantasy's free trial doesn't let you, like, play every expansion. So with World of Warcraft, like, if it does a free trial, or does it mean you can do, like, the time walking thing? Or, I don't know how they would, like, do it right. Just making Classic WoW free to play seems like a lot less work to make it work.
Classic WoW is, I don't think that, let me think of a way to put it. Like, they can't monetize Classic WoW as much. So I think that if you give people Classic WoW, and people see like the limitations Classic WoW has and like the bad things about it, because there's a lot of bad things about Classic WoW.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a lot of those people that are like, oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna try out Wrath of the Lich King. That's whenever the game is the most popular. Or, oh, I'm gonna try out Dragonflight. People are saying good things about it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like in Classic WoW, there's no value add. You give them that free value at the beginning. That way, you can monetize the future value.
And that does make sense.
Yeah, that is badass. Classic free to play, then nobody would play retail. 100% sure. No, it's not true.
No.
A lot of people don't play Classic WoW because it's very bad in a lot of ways. And that's not going to change anytime soon. Holy shit, man. This is pretty cool to see. Was this too short-sighted to see that? Miss Bear, I think you're right. Exactly how you get into the game. Yeah. Hopefully
get them
they
invested.
Do that. We'll see.
Yeah.
But this was very interesting to look at. I'm glad that I took the time to do this, because I had no idea that there were that many people that were playing Classic WoW. Holy shit,
It didn't seem like a whole lot, but more than expected.
man.
I think the reason why I figured like there would be at least a good amount is because old school RuneScape still going, even with its vanilla servers. And then classic private servers for vanilla were always popular, even with like pre-BFA and Shadowlands, like even during Legion. So yeah, I wasn't too surprised there. All right, so next video. So this is a bit old. No, it's just a day ago. Never mind. I thought it was a while ago, but so it's Hogwarts Legacy, the final preview. And I believe this is from IGN. So let's take a look. By the way, I'm definitely going to be getting this. Like, it looks really, really good. And if it turns out to be crappy, that would suck, to be honest. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
So this is the Hogwarts. So this is the Hogwarts Legacy final preview from IGN. People asked me to watch this. I figure I'll give it a short look. Here we go.
Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break. One moment. Listen to some music. Yeah. Happiest Aspen has ever been. What should we put in there? This is a Frostpunk. Yeah, why not? Oh, okay. What were we looking at? Hogwarts, that's right. Alright, so once again, Hogwarts Legacy final preview with IGN and Aspen. Let's take a look.
So this is the Hogwarts Legacy final preview from IGN. People asked me to watch this. I figure I'll give it a short look. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, that looks pretty cool.
We do not live in a world rich with great Harry Potter games. Nobody.
No, I feel like we don't. Every Harry
That's
Potter
very
game I
true.
ever fucking seen is some dog shit ass garbage.
Yeah.
harbors warm feelings for the horde of chintzy, cynical movie tie-ins that plagued the PS2 and Xbox during the mid-2000s. So, when Portkey Games unveiled the big-budget Hogwarts Legacy in 2020,
people were excited.
Clear that the studio was aiming spectacularly high with its interpretation of Harry Potter. After a 2-hour hands-on, I can say with confidence that the wizarding world has rarely looked better. The lilting charm, cockeyed whimsy, and high fantasy hijinks of Hogwarts Legacy is rendered with dogmatic servitude to the books, while the combat and exploration, the game part of this video.
I mean, I think what he, sorry, obviously that was a lot of thesaurus, a lot of thesaurus action there. What he's really saying is like it's a lot like the books. Yeah.
Game is robust enough to rope in more casual fans of the fiction.
That's what really matters.
Unfortunately, it's all happening at the exact moment the world is reconsidering their lifelong ties to one of the greatest stories ever told. If you haven't been keeping up with the information drip, Hogwarts Legacy takes place in the late 19th century.
Right.
And therefore it operates independently from some of the more familiar touchstones of Potter lore. No Voldemort.
Which I think is smart. Like, they need to stop. Like, this is the same thing I've said before with, like, other types of series.
Because it also reduces the chance of getting pushback from the fans if you're not, like, doing your own spin on a villain or main character. So, I think it's just overall, like, a good idea. Like, with Halo and stuff, what they did with Master Chief and they took off his helmet, I think it was really stupid. Like, they should have just had, like, a whole new cast instead of trying to make Master Chief like more human or something like that.
It's like Halo is like, stop making everything about like Master Chief. Like, make a larger, broader world that can exist beyond just one singular character, if that's what you want to do. And I think that's what they had to do. Like, you know, like with Warcraft, I think they did a great job with that with Warcraft 3.
No Dumbledore, no multitude of Weasley surnames. You play as a fifth-year transfer student that will be built with a potent character creator, denoting complexion, hair color, eyebrow shading, and yes, body types, vocal tenor, and the choice to be referred to as either a witch or a wizard.
Okay,
Afterwards, you'll be quickly implanted directly into the day-to-day scholastic rhythms of Hogwarts.
Oh, good.
My time with the game was...
I do think they kind of needed that, because let's be fair, it's Hogwarts, so it's going to be a lot of the people who are really into the books, and a lot of them seem to lean into that kind of rhetoric. So, I mean, I'm assuming, honestly, I don't really care.
It's brokered into two major sections. A treacherous story chapter where I was asked to both infiltrate and destabilize a nefarious dragon cockfighting ring.
We watched that.
A dulcet
That's really
afternoon
cool.
on the castle grounds. Where I
dragon cockfighting, that sounds a lot like Dragon Flight.
Solved side quests, played minigames, and soaked in the Persona-like splendor of simply hanging out at school. The combat was the highlight for me, which I was not expecting. In previous Potter games, the Quicksilver Wizard clashes in the books are reduced to dull, rote, third-person shooting galleries.
I've never seen a Harry Potter game before this that had any type of interesting combat. It was always dumb.
And Hermione taking on an endless series of identical Death Eaters who all seem to brandish magical facsimiles of shotguns and sniper rifles. Hogwarts Legacy changes the formula considerably. Despite the projectiles ricocheting back and forth across the arenas, the game functions more like a Ninja Gaiden-esque combo masher. Your character automatically locks onto wherever they're facing, and the hocus-pocus that comes cascading out of your wand can be chained together like a screen-filling, health bar-obliterating Marvel vs. Capcom tsunami. Game director...
Yeah, I think that's really important, and it's also like it's the power fantasy of being a wizard. It's not about being challenging, it's just a power fantasy and how cool it is to play.
Alan Tudyk compares the system to a sort of long-range dueling. Your arsenal is mapped to the face buttons, and after messing around with the controls for a few minutes, I was able to come up with some wild, improvised concoctions. I'd Leviosa my enemy into the air, tag them with some basic filler casts, pull them in close with an Accio before setting them aflame with the Incendio. The physics engine absolutely revels in your chaos. Bodies fly across the map like they've become weightless and boneless at the mercy of your command.
Yeah, it's badass.
Harry Potter video games have tried and failed to replicate the fiction's unique take on spellcasting for decades. Portkey seems to have established a structure that will likely be aped for years to come.
Yeah, I do think that after seeing this seems like something that a lot of people will do in the future too.
It makes sense though. It's like when Batman came out and their combat system, like they kind of just went with it after that because it works. It was good.
My stint wandering around Hogwarts
I do find it funny.
itself
Like, they make,
wasn't
like,
quite
noises
as
when you hit 'em.
exciting as my trip to the Dragon's Den. My character enjoyed a peaceful free roam back at home on the back of their flying broom, the Roach of Hogwarts Legacy, where they poked around nooks and crannies of the castle, soaking up collectibles, deciphering basic puzzles, and completing the menial tasks assigned to me by my classmates. One of them...
I do think that, like, this game has, like, a tremendous amount of wasted potential if there's not the ability to make online, like, RP servers the same way Red Dead and GTA have. I think that if you were able to do that with Hogwarts Legacy,
That's
you would
absolutely
have a
true.
completely fucking...
Like, you're talking, like, bigger than GTA, at least in my opinion.
an amazing game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, there's no online, and why not? Why are they not able to do this?
accidentally put a charm
I
on
don't
her books
understand.
that caused them to flutter around in the air. I Akio'd them back into her possession. Outside, in a courtyard, I joined a round of what can only be described as wizard's curling. My adversary and I used our wands to usher a set of leather balls down a wooden platform.
Okay.
The closer they got to the edge without falling off, the more points we'd score. These distractions were pretty lightweight. Portkey didn't
Yeah, like
allow
carnival
us to
games.
delve into, say, potions class or a meaty side quest digression, which
Okay.
left me hoping that Hogwarts Legacy will include some finer character moments outside of the core campaign. Let us broker a genuine camaraderie with the other denizens of the school. A Harry Potter game can only hit its marks if, by the end of the runtime, we're willing to lay down our lives for a kindly groundskeeper or an eccentric headmaster. It should also be said that Hogwarts Legacy appears to be swimming
I
in
don't
the
know about that.
darker
I don't really
edges
care
of the
about that.
canon. It was shocking to see that
Which is smart. Like, nobody wants to see some fucking Disney shit.
Yeah.
one of the spells on my combat hotbar was Crucio, better known to the layman as the torture spell, which inflicts
Nice.
searing white-hot pain in its target. In the Harry Potter universe, Crucio is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a huge no-no. Perhaps these are the themes Hogwarts Legacy intends to deal with.
Of course they should, because it's more
Yeah.
interesting.
How
Absolutely.
did Crucio become unforgivable anyways?
I mean, that's what I was talking about with the previous video on this, was I really hope that there's maybe an evil route you can kind of go lean into. Maybe as the game, like, progresses, like, who knows, maybe there's a Hogwarts Legacy 2 kind of thing, where you can move your data over, which I think would be really cool, where you can kind of build yourself as, like, the next Voldemort.
Yeah.
Some of the finishing moves equipped my character were
Obviously
similarly
not to,
macabre.
like,
After
that
charging
degree
up
of
a
freedom,
meter and
but-
tapping the 2 shoulder buttons, my avatar could reduce a rival wizard into a pile of sooty Looney Tunes dust. The Harry Potter books
Freaking
are centered around the
disenchanted,
purity
yeah.
of teenaged friendship, so it is weird to watch a 5th year take a life. Again, maybe Hogwarts Legacy
Yeah, you run around, you're a little kid, and you just go around killing people.
Yep.
That's right. Welcome to video games.
intends to explore some of those questions. On first brush, though, it's pretty jarring.
I don't know about that. I think that's kind of funny.
Agree.
They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Of course, anyone who chooses to play Hogwarts Legacy must
Are you giving
contend
children
with all
guns?
sorts
Yeah.
of contradictions, most of which are far more important than the usual dissonance we tend to find in video games.
Like what?
J.K. Rowling has established herself as one of the most prominent anti-trans mouthpieces on the planet.
This drama.
Character creator in Hogwarts Legacy offers a huge amount of gender
Mm-hmm.
diversity, but that cannot change the fact that the author of these books remains the proprietor of the Harry Potter intellectual property.
Okay.
If purchasing this video
I actually don't know why IGN is even bringing this up. Seems a little weird to me.
game feels like a tacit endorsement of Rowling's retrograde worldview, nobody can say you're wrong. I spoke with Alan, too, about these questions during my visit.
Well, I think anybody can say that you're wrong. Like, if you buy a book, it doesn't mean that you agree with everything that the guy that wrote the book thinks.
Like Disney. Do you like
most
Disney
people
movies?
don't do that. Like, I would say the majority of people
Do you know
don't do
Walt
that.
Disney?
And you can
Guy
read
wasn't
the
a
results
good
of our
dude.
conversation on IGN, but you're not likely to find a
Or at
clean
least his
answer
viewpoints
to those
were-
concerns.
Some of them were really messed
It
up.
looks like we're finally getting a good Harry Potter game. Shouldn't it feel better than this?
It does. I think everybody else is excited about it.
Yeah, except for
everybody's happy about this, except for like a handful of people.
For more on Hogwarts Legacy,
literal
check out the
handful.
official cinematic trailer as well
maybe
as
a dozen
Dark
or so.
Arts Battle Arena gameplay. And for everything else in the world of video
I think
games,
the sales are going to show it.
IGN.
Like the sales for this game is going to be off the charts.
Here's the truth, right? Is that if IGN really thought that by let me make sure. Okay, we need one more person. If IGN really thought that by playing Harry Potter, they were supporting somebody who was, you know, going to reduce and take away trans rights or something like that, they wouldn't make content about the game. They wouldn't do that. So the only two alternatives you have is that they don't really believe this, or they do believe it, but they would rather just make money doing it. So, like, how can you do something for making money and then criticize other people for doing it just for entertainment? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's even worse.
A silly take. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really make sense to me. What are the comments on the video? I'll read a few of them.
And that's why I didn't know why they even brought it up. It's a lose-lose. Like, people are going to be mad at IGN kind of no matter what. Not mad at them, but it's like, you weren't going to gain anything by bringing it up. It's kind of dumb.
In a minute. And so bang some witches in Hogwarts, bro. Exactly. Realty check from the game are using anti-trans organizations, though. That's nice, but that has nothing to do with people wanting to buy a video game and play a video game. If you don't understand that, then I think that you've just completely lost the plot. Like, this is not relevant to anybody else. Like, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, that's dumb. Like, I just want to play the game, though. People just like drama, yeah. And that's it. And I think this is one of the things that a lot of people might not really understand. And I don't know why. I mean, how many times I'll have to say that? But, like, nobody gives a shit what you think, right? And also, like, again, like the IGN, like, obviously they don't really think that it's supporting, you know, anti-trans people, because if they did, they would not make videos about it. So, like, so either they are you have to look at it, right? Either they are okay with promoting something that is a vehicle to hurt trans people for money, or they don't actually believe it.
It's one or the other. Yep.
There you go. Not really a lot to say. Let's see here. It's a fucking Twitter issue. No one cares about this in real life. No, nobody gives a shit. When IGN is skeptical, you know you've got a great game. I'm really interested to see the final review and score. I'm sure it won't be biased at all. The truth is that what gaming websites determine as being a good or a bad game is not particularly important to the average person. This is not a big deal.
Even to anyone else. I don't know anyone who, like, among my friends that play games, that give two shits about reviewers, especially reviewers like from Kotaku and IGN and stuff. Like, just because they've kind of burnt too many, like, bridges. Not bridges, but, like, they suck at their job. So it's like, why would you take them seriously?
You guys remember IGN gave a 7 of 10 to the Netflix Resident Evil series, strongest adaptation yet. Guys all over the place, so aggressively previewing the game, it's hard to tell whether they like it or they don't. Well, I don't know. I mean, you're literally hurting the hardworking developers more than you will ever hurt J.K. Rowling by boycotting this game. Feels pretty damn spectacular. I mean, Hogwarts Legacy looks amazing. I do hope that if Hogwarts Legacy comes out and it's not very good, people don't pretend it's good to own these other guys. It's
That's
okay.
True. And it's the same way where if it's, like, not good and it doesn't sell well, people don't use that to be like, oh, look, we won, like, against J.K. Rowling.
If the game comes out and it's not that great and people are like, this game sucks, and like, that's it, because they will, and that's what I'm kind of concerned about, because it's going to be, like, so fucking cringe if people start doing that. Yeah. And I definitely will. Yeah. Think they can hurt a billionaire? Well, I just think this is the way that people think about this kind of stuff. And I probably will for a week. Yeah, sure. Either way, I mean, I'll play the game. We'll see what it's like, and we'll go from there. That's it.
I mean, a lot of these people act like J.K. Rowling's going to need this game to continue to be rich. No. royalties alone, this lady is set for life. Nothing you can do about it.
I never listen to people's reviews of games, only when the good reviews. Same thing happened to Callisto Protocol, but I had a lot of fun with Callisto Protocol. I do think that most people would enjoy video games more if they stopped consuming negative content about those games.
That's fair.
You know, really what I'm saying is ignorance is bliss. Yes.
That is very true also.
Stop spending all your time, you know, trying to micro dissect a video game if you want to.
Yeah, it's the same when you really min-max a game, like you kind of take the fun out of it for most people. There are some people who that is their enjoyment of the game, but the problem is like for the people who don't like it, they feel like when they have, feel like they have to. WoW rating was like that. I don't know if it's still like that with Dragonflight, but it definitely felt like it. It's just not fun.
To enjoy it. That's not how you enjoy something. Like, holy shit. Like, calm down, chill out.
Yeah.
Callisto is
Just a
super
game.
short. I mean, I didn't play it, so I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. The controversy is going to help the game.
I doubt it. I don't think it's going to hurt it or help
The
it.
views are perpetuated within the game or book, then yes, boycott it. I just think that as soon as you start telling somebody else what to do, you lose.
Yeah.
Like, you lose people's
Interest.
You lose people's, like, willingness to listen
Attention.
to you.
Yeah. Either
Like,
way.
that's
Like, they're not going to want to hear anything else after that. Like, they're basically in their head, they're just like, go fuck yourself.
literally all there is to it. Yeah, like, nobody
Yeah.
cares what you think. Like, you're telling people to boycott something,
It doesn't
nobody
work.
gives a fuck. Stop trying to make me pick up your torch and carry your battle standard. Stop it.
It'd be different if, like, J.K. Rowling actively attacked, like, a trans person. Like, actually with the gun or, like, a hammer or a bat or something like that, and it was proof that she was going around, like, hunting them. Like, that'd be completely different. She'd go to jail for one thing. But her, like, hurting their feelings, a lot of people just don't care. Because a lot of people don't even have anyone in their life that is trans to begin with. And I'll be honest, for the ones that do, a lot of them don't care about J.K. Rowling, so. Or at least the ones I've seen. Like, I don't have a lot of them or anything like that, but I just don't see it, because it's like, it's the same way when people talk bad about, like, my race of people. I'm not gonna say what, but like, I just don't care. Like, it's okay, that's what you think. I kind of an asshole, so I'm not gonna listen to anything else you say. But that's about it. That's as far as it goes.
Shut up.
Yeah. That was weird. I really wish IGN did not include that the Twitter drama into their review. That's just stupid to me. Has nothing to do with the game. Should not have been mentioned at all. Like, if I was someone at IGN and I was, like, up there, I would probably fire this reviewer, because he added like, there was no reason for them. That's like adding politics to a game review. It's like, what is wrong with you? It's idiot. Because that's not why people would click on the video to begin with. Like, it's just so stupid. I would have maybe mentioned the drama, like, maybe. Even then, I wouldn't. But, alright. So that was Hogwarts Legacy. I am getting it. Has nothing to do with J.K. Rowling. Her opinions on anything. I really don't care. The game looks cool, looks fun. I'm gonna get it. That's about it. So, alright. Next video, Ashes of Creation's update reveals tank gameplay. Is this by... Oh, this is not by Narc. Like, usually when Asmin reacts to a video, it's from Ashes, it's by Narc. But, yeah, no. Let's take a look.
So,
of course, Ash is not going to come out anytime soon, but is probably one of the most anticipated MMOs, probably since New World.
So, this happened yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch it. We are going to watch it. Here we go.
It's a long video. I wonder how long this trailer is. Or update, I should say.
Okay. Okay. I'm sold. Yep, I'm already sold. Yep, I'm in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to
Okay.
another Ashes of Creation update. Today we are going to be sharing with you a preview of the Alpha 2 tank archetype.
Not gonna like the armor.
I want you
Kind
guys
of
to
looks
keep in
dumb to
mind
me.
as you're watching this preview that everything is still subject to change,
Yeah.
especially considering that the Alpha 2 is going to give us a lot of feedback both from the players as well as data-driven that we're going to utilize in order to improve the design features. But your feedback from this video is very important. And I am joined today by three of our absolute glorious developers. One of our engineers with whom you've spoken with in the past. Keenan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Welcome back again. We are here at it again. For those of you who watched, by the way, on the live stream, you saw a previous iteration of this recording.
Looks okay.
We're doing a little bit of re-recording because there were some audio issues. And also, I just wanted to
it doesn't have a lot to it, though.
Detail around the specific abilities.
I think, like, obviously when the game comes out, a lot of this will be much more fleshed out. So I'm not going to try to judge it too much on that. But yeah.
The area that we're fighting in and the encounter design. But also we have with us two of our glorious senior designers, Brian and Trad. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Happy to be here.
Yep, let's do it again. We got a lot of practice on this by now.
Yes, let's do it again. And this time, you know what we're going to do? We are going to perform flawlessly. There's not going to be any edits here. We're not going to use some GM powers. We better do this good.
I'm not liking the heat for this.
I know. Okay, so before we get started, first let's talk about the area that we're in. This is the Riverlands. As many of you know, the Riverlands is one of the predominant areas in Alpha 2 that players will be exploring.
Looks
this
really
was
cool.
home to
Or,
the
like,
once
really nice.
ancient Aelan Empire, a human race nation that was formed at the apex of Vera before the fall. And we are here to collect some gear. I believe that I am looking...
It's obvious that the UI has had a number of improvements.
Yeah.
And you can see right here, this is like obviously a shield. This seems like it's some sort of a healing icon. This is some sort of a damage, like big sword. So it's obviously the guy with like the black coat. And this is the ranger because you can see the bow and arrow. I like the icons here, and just in general, I feel like it's been improved a lot. The UI looks a lot better.
Looks much cleaner.
For the remaining pieces of the Titan bar.
Even the mini-map.
Brian?
If I don't remember it looking like that, where it's like opaque.
Awesome.
And
Not
also
opaque,
there's a
see-through
weapon and the shield available for you.
Okay, so the weapon and the shield are going to show us a little bit of the iteration that you've been working on since our last live stream.
I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit to get to the actual combat and everything, okay?
The animation team has done great jobs on both of those.
Okay, here's
fronts.
a menu they're going to pull up.
And then let me talk a little bit about the setting. So in the Riverlands here, what our objectives are, you'll see a little bit of update here on the UI. So we're taking a
actually
look
doesn't look bad. I think the text is a little small though.
This looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. I don't really have anything to complain about.
My only complaint was that the text is a bit small. If you can change it, that'd be good.
Our new quest journal.
Not that I can't like see it perfectly fine, but usually like with quests and stuff, like sometimes I just want to bring it up and immediately be able to read it very clearly, like what my objectives are. Yeah, even the objective tracker on the right hand side there, like to me that's too small to be convenient, if that makes sense. Like I can read it just fine, but I kind of have to focus in.
The area that we're in, we're going to be heading towards, is called the Oakenbane Keep. And the Oakenbane Keep is once military academy before the fall of the Aelan Empire during the Exodus.
He's reading the quest.
And it was used to kind of train up recruits, but now those recruits and perhaps some of their teachers might be haunting that location, and we need to take care of them and dispatch them with haste.
Somebody says in chat, EverQuest 2 graphics, sorry, disagree. I think it's very fair to criticize the optimization and the fidelity of the ground effects, the characters, the trees, etc. It is extremely fair to criticize that. I do, however, think that all of these UI features are high quality and they look very good.
Agreed. Yep.
Like if the game released with these here, like this journal, this thing here, maybe you'd need some more stuff for this, to be fair. This map, I would be satisfied.
I don't know about satisfied. Like, I think they could do even more, but it's not, like, terrible.
You'll see some of the updates on the itemization and the inventory
there's the backpack.
Here with some of the tooltips and icons. And also you'll see a little bit of the update to the world map, which is still a work in progress. Everything you're going to see here, as I said, is a work in progress that is deserving of your attention and feedback so that we can make more iterations and, of course, make it better. So with that being said, let's do a quick kind of run through of the abilities. I don't want to get necessarily engaged with any enemies, so I'm just going to kind of use the abilities without an enemy kind of in my targeting. Let's talk about this first one. We have a shield assault. Now, does this require a shield in order to use?
It would make sense that shield assault would require a shield.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, of course, I have the ability because of the
GM
cheats a little bit to use that ability without the shield, but I'm not going to for the purposes of this demonstration.
Okay.
But tell me a little bit about the shield assault. What is its intent as an ability, guys?
So
That's
it's got
good.
a few things going on with it.
Like, obviously, maybe like a little bit more UI, like information here would be nice, or at least it would be nice if you could turn it on.
Like how much damage it does, and I see in the description it does apply the shaking condition, but I think the damage should be in there.
But like the mechanic here seems fine. It applies some sort of like shaken, and then if they already have it, it stuns them. That's good.
Yeah, that's like D&D.
I would say the primary intent of it is that it is how you engage an encounter. It's got a bit of a mobility. It's not like a super far charge like that carries you across the screen or anything, but yeah, there you go.
All right, let me see it again.
Not like a super far charge like that carries you.
Oh, that's nothing. That's literally like 5 steps.
Across the screen or anything, but yeah, there you go.
Like maybe you could use it to dodge a mechanic, or something like that.
But it's basically a way to engage with the enemy, get some damage out, and also grab some threat.
Sure.
It applies a pretty good chunk of threat in a small area in front of you, so it's really good at grabbing snap threat on like some high priority target.
And it looks like...
I hope they don't go with the idea of having aggro a challenge. I think that it's way more interesting for a tank to play to have aggro but still deal like 60 to 80% of a DPS's damage.
Yeah, I think because I've tanked in most MMOs, and the most fun I have is usually when you're trying to use your abilities to take less damage versus trying to maintain threat or worrying about DPS. I mean, I think you should do a good amount of DPS because if you want to level as a tank, obviously, it's not always fun to just dungeon spam. So I think having enough damage to just solo stuff by yourself is good. But I do think like the role of the tank in terms of gameplay should revolve around mitigating damage. You know what I mean? Like avoiding mechanics, of course. But of course, everyone should be doing that. But I think their abilities should reflect that. Like this one, how it does, do damage, moves you a bit. But it's the shaken ability and the stun seem to be its like main purpose. And stun, of course, will not let you get hit. If they're stunned, they're not hitting you. Thus, damage reduction.
I've never found managing threat in WoW as fun.
Nope, it's annoying.
Or in any game, really.
Yep.
That this has a variable distance that's traveled. So essentially,
that's why I like tanking
if I have a
Final
target
Fantasy.
that's directly in front of me right now, it's not predicated on having an actual target, but it is a template attack.
That's a really good point, because I think about it now, like when I was playing New World, like I really had no interest in tanking after tanking like one dungeon. So I was like, that was stupidly annoying. Also with when you're tanking, there's some bosses that just like keep pushing you, and it feels like you just have no control of your character. It was just dumb.
And if that target is immediately in front of me, then the distance traveled will be shorter. Is that correct?
Exactly, and you'll see some of that when we're actually in action. Right now, you're seeing the full distance. It's, again, a pretty short-range mobility skill, but yeah, you can also just use it point blank on something, and it's not going to make you overshoot the target, and then you have to like reposition, because that can be kind of annoying with some of those skill types.
Awesome. And you said that this generates threat, but I see we have a second ability as well called Inciting Strikes. And if I use that ability, that's a forward cone AoE attack that generates additional threat and damage on targets impacted. Is that correct?
Exactly. That one's a bit more effective at AoE threat, so it's got a bit of a wider hitbox, good for grabbing multiple targets and cleaving them all. So that'll be what you'll be using if like there's a pack of stuff on us and you want to just get them all off of us. But not quite as much threat as the shield assault for one target. So each of them kind of has their utility there for aggro.
Awesome. Now, obviously,
I think in terms of animations, WoW has some really great animations. Like, for example, Warrior Whirlwind is a great animation. Yeah. I also think that, like, Raging Blow is a great animation. There's a handful of other ones. But, like, the games that have really great animations, in my mind, are, like, Lost Ark and Black Desert Online. I love those animations. They're so good.
Yep. BDO has like some of the craziest ones, considering it's like, I don't know, it's not like an ARPG kind of thing.
Our kit design, we want to encourage synergies, especially within inner kit synergy, but also with the party. And I see that we have two abilities, specifically Shield Assault as well as Tremoring Bellow. And Tremoring Bellow applies a status condition that can be promoted if there is an existing status condition on the target. So it looks like I can create the shaken condition, and then I can trip shaken targets with the Tremoring Bellow. Is that correct?
It's actually a snare. So if you use that on a snared target, so there's two components to that ability. It's got a shout component, which is a forward cone, and then it's all as you can kind of see there, that shockwave that flew out, and it kind of extends past the second element of that, which is a PBOE around.
That actually looked pretty cool. Not like crazy cool, but decent.
If you use that ability again, you'll see kind of like the ground kick up, and that's like the earthquake element of it. And that does damage, and that does what Stephen was alluding to, where if your target is snared, then it will knock enemies down, which is our trip effect. Awesome. And one thing I forgot to mention on the Shield Assault abilities, it does apply a snare, so you've got a little bit of insert hit synergy going on there. It's a pretty...
So I'm assuming Shaken, or let's see here, Tremoring Blow releases a Thundering Shout and Forward Cone, applying the staggered condition on enemy targets, also stumps the ground, and tripping enemies affected by the snared condition. Oh, okay.
I would say it would definitely be cool if, I don't know if this is the way it's animated, but if it's animated for the reverberations to go out whenever it despawns, it would be cool if they went back in. So it feels like it actually, like, it's like less gamey. You know, it looks like it's actually interacting with the world. It's like a small animation
charge in and then knock them down with the stop.
I do think animations and the game feeling good to play.
And then also after that, super important. We have another ability. Brian, talk to me a little bit about Grit and its purpose.
Yeah, Grit is some of your bread and butter mitigation skills.
Let's read this. Applies a buff to the caster, reducing incoming damage by 15%, but also reducing movement speed by 30%. Oh, that sucks. And outgoing damage by 20%. Damn, that does suck. Each incoming hit consumes a stack of courage to reduce incoming damage by additional 15%. Courage cannot be generated while Grit is active. So courage is probably something that you generate outside of this ability, and when you have like a max amount of stacks or whatever stacks, you pop it on like tank buster things, I'm assuming. Because movement speed and damage output, like it's a pretty big blow, especially if you're like in a raiding like game. Like dungeons, I don't think it'd be a big deal depending on how they do their game, but I just don't see that being that good in raiding.
As a tank. So if you're really getting some heat, you'll want to pop that. And if you haven't had it on for a bit, you're going to be generating stacks of courage, and the more stacks of courage you have, that'll give you increased damage mitigation for a certain number of hits.
You know what's kind of reminds me of is almost like like kung fu movies in the past, where like they would like power up and like they get like this blue or red glow on them.
And I noticed that I'm slowed when I used Grit, so really it's a very situational ability usage.
Yeah.
Depending on.
Isn't this exactly how the Gun Lancer works in Lost Ark? I feel like this looks
actually,
very similar.
you know, what type of situation you find yourself in. Also, this can be activated mid-swing in another ability, right?
Yep. The way I always refer to this ability is you can think of it kind of like an off GCD ability, where you can use it even though you have another ability activating, so that it's really responsive and can be popped in like an emergency. You don't have to wait for that animation to complete or for that global cooldown to finish. You just pop it in instantly. Applies on and off, and it's
okay. So you just brought up the next skill. Instantly dispels all negative effects on the caster. Good. Then creates a protective dome behind the tank for 15 seconds. Looks like it's in front of him, not behind him. Transferring 50% of all damage received by the targets within the area to the tank instead. All targets within the cone also receive increased status effect resistance for the duration. Okay. So probably really effective against anything that does like AoE. Like maybe a Dragon's Breath or something like that.
Toggled ability, so you can kind of turn it on and off at your disclosure.
Nice, very cool. And I see this Aegis is causing essentially a area of effect that our party members can live within, and if they do, I'm absorbing a portion of their damage taken pre-mitigation.
Isn't that like the Paladin limit break?
Keenan?
Yeah.
Like not exactly.
Final Fantasy XIV's like limit break with 3.
But
yeah,
like
that's right.
Close to it?
It forks some percentage of the incoming hit and applies it to your mitigation.
I think its use is going to be identical to the Paladin's limit break in Final Fantasy XIV, because look at the range on that. That's very little. And I don't know. It depending on the fight. Like, why would you do this unless the boss was like doing some like big mega move where it would hit everyone? Like, have everyone gather up and use this ability would help.
You should not the party members.
Nice. Very cool. Very cool. All right, well, this kind of gives you guys a comprehensive overview. I'm sorry. In addition to that, we have a grapple, but that will require a target. And the grapple is missing some of the effects. As I said, work in progress. But we can...
We'll just read that real quick. Takes aim for a moment before hurling a hooked chain in a line. Damaging the first target, it contacts, and immediately pulling them to the caster. The target suffers a tapering snare for 3 seconds. So with that and the shout, I'm assuming is a good combination. Okay. That's a good, like, what he's probably, like, tanks are going to use to actually pull a group to them.
Still use it in order to kind of do certain types of engagements.
Yeah.
So with that quick kind of demonstration of these abilities, let's see what we can do to acquire that Mace and Shield, and also
let's see some gameplay. Here we go.
Test our capabilities as a party. How cohesive can we be? So I would ask, given that we're low level, and just so you guys are aware, because we're lower level, we're about level 15, our access to our class kit is a bit limited, as you would expect. You want to have that ramp and kind of class progression. And as a result, I'm going to ask, because we have such strong DPS users here in the fighter and in the ranger, that you give me a moment with the larger monsters to establish kind of a...
Wait for 5 Sunders.
A bit of threat. But let me pull this guy to us.
Does not compute.
Does not compute.
I think the flashing lights are. I think the flashing lights are a bit too much. Like, this reminds me a lot of like Hurricane and Wrath right now, where like it's flashy. It's like super flashy. I don't think that's super necessary.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's feeling good.
Does it look like at least like several abilities were like that?
I love the little stream.
I can see being a bit annoying.
Sound effects that Cat has done.
You can lower. Okay.
Really good.
Yeah, the stream's really nice.
It puts us...
Because you always got to put it in perspective of like the big fights. You know, like obviously this game's going to have like world PvP and stuff, which probably means it's going to be like guild versus guild things, and even raids and all that stuff. So you're talking about like dozens of those effects happening all at once, and like if it's just a few people, like 2 people here doing it, it's not too big of a deal. But when it's like a ton, like that gets really annoying.
It makes me need
to look at.
No, I'm just kidding.
AFK, BRB.
There we go. Got that knockdown. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, now as you guys will see, these guys are relatively easy to dispatch. You probably saw them in our Ranger Showcase. These are some of the Minotaurs that are out in the early parts of this Riverland area. We're trying to reach the Oakenbane Keep. That is the location of our goodies, and the quests that we have, they deserved better. Probably referring to the people that died there, which is really sad to think about. Oh my god. Got him!
Did you pull that rain collar in? That works.
Just smash his face. Easy peasy. What do we got up here? Looks like a destroyed boat. What was a boat even doing here in the first place?
Yeah, I think target of target. Somebody mentioned that. I think that's a really good idea. Yeah, if they had target of target in the UI.
Yep.
Could have been a big flood.
Probably.
Maybe we're in a drought.
Mode.
I'm gonna be honest. I think the warrior should be able to like throw a chain or something like that to pull mobs in. Like having death grip, for example, in WoW for a.
I mean, he has it. It just looks like it's been resisting this whole
Death
time.
Knight is like one of the coolest and most badass abilities in the game, and I think that more tanks should have something like that, or an axe, yeah, something like that.
Nice. I love the effects on the staff and their little bubble shield.
Yeah, these Minotaurs are awesome looking.
Yeah, they are. I like their size, just the general size. All right, looks like we got somebody over here to the right. Let me see if I can pull that guy as well.
And these are more seriously tuned for...
All right, get behind me.
Yeah, this seems like it's a lot harder. These are like the elites.
Yeah, these guys are more tuned towards that group. Now, this is intended for a full group.
They lose
aggro. Of course,
aggro.
We are a party of 4. I am losing a bit of aggro on this guy. There we go, got him back.
That's actually kind of annoying because he was attacking that whole time.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, like, I'd be curious to hear other opinions on this, but I've never really liked the idea that you can lose aggro as a tank if you're just doing your rotation.
Yeah. Like, it shouldn't be possible for you to lose aggro if you're hitting it. Like, if that's the thing you're focusing on, I can understand, like, you hitting something once and then moving on, and then someone eventually takes aggro because it just did too much damage. I'm actually fine with that. But, like, this case right here, what we just saw, was him actually doing things to the target and still lost aggro to the guy.
It's just, like, chasing mobs around because...
That would make more sense if he was, like, way higher level than him. You know what I mean? Like, 5 levels higher.
What ends up happening is that people don't wait to DPS.
Nope.
They just don't do it. Even if you say to do it, they don't do it. So you could just, it's like whenever you have this in a game, what you're doing is you're just creating a situation that Whenever players play the way that they usually play, it creates a frustrating outcome.
Yep. Because they're going to blame it. A lot of times they blame the tank. Like, dude, keep aggro, you suck. Like,
what's the difficulty?
Most of them are going to get that.
I think that the difficulty for tanks should be being able to have certain positional attacks that you can use to deal damage, to CC the mobs, and also to group the mobs. Like with Death Knights being able to grip mobs in, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what I like a lot more.
Knock him down to the ground. Need a little bit more deeps. Let's see. I could probably avoid that other guy over there.
I also think that the names over the NPCs, one thing that Warcraft does extremely well, especially whenever you have some add-ons, is it gives you all of the relevant information that an NPC, like, you need to know inside of their nameplate. Yeah. Like, WoW has extremely good nameplates, and I think that's super necessary.
Grab this Echo.
Absolutely agree.
Oh, he's coming toward us.
Yeah.
Aggro.
Uh-oh.
That, and it's hard to tell that these things even were elites. Like if you were just out in the world fighting and you saw these guys, maybe you didn't really pay attention to the health and you just pulled it. Wow, you know it's an elite because of that skull.
Yeah, I don't think the names look super.
Or like a rare spawn because of the I forget what rare spawn icon is. I think it's like a cross or something like that.
Good either. To be fair, like that's something that's it's always been like that. They just haven't changed that.
Good. Here we have this other one. I'm going to activate some shield for us.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm coming down.
He's dead. Yeah.
No, Amanda.
Oh, whoa. No.
Okay, well he died.
Flawless.
I'm back up. It's okay. It's okay.
Did he cheat?
As long as the party up and the party died. Okay.
I think he cheated to respawn, but it's okay. It's a showcase, so I don't really mind.
Get our... Oh, where did you guys go?
They're kiting away.
We're kiting. I think they're leashing now.
Okay, let's let them leash. I see.
What the fuck was that?
Poor GM Ferguson is here. Maybe we can get him up.
Over aggro. No, what happened is that they do AoE abilities. Like that guy did an AoE, and because Steven had the ability on that redirects damage to him, the AoE did all of that damage to him that was multiplied by the players that it would have hit.
Yep.
That's why he died.
Which freaking wrecked him. Yep.
Let's just avoid the guys to the right real quick.
Well, if you notice, like that's when his health was like dropping like crazy fast.
Yeah, I think he patrolled over as you were moving up there.
All right, I'm gonna come.
Oh, there's
back.
one up there too.
Let's pull him back here. Let's pull him back.
That one looks bigger too.
That looks like a boss.
Yeah, it's like a mini boss, right?
Just the boss.
Okay, let's see how this looks.
Double the HP almost.
Yeah, this is like kind of what I was saying is that having to get aggro as a tank is just so unfun to me.
Yep.
Like that's why I don't play tank in New World. It's just not fun.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Okay, we got just the boss, so we should be good.
That and looks like Steven's not even popping his like threat things. He has both things not on cooldown. The number 1 and 2.
He's on me.
There we go.
Knocking him down.
That's good.
I do like that he could knock down this a boss. Like I don't like when bosses are completely immune. I think they should have like diminishing returns, but I really don't agree that they should be completely immune to CC.
He's out of range.
Raid bosses make sense for that though.
I like the. I feel like this is pretty strong damage mitigation from the grip.
Yeah, especially if you built up a bit of courage beforehand. Doing okay on mana.
Get him down almost. This guy should have a mace for me, right?
Yep.
As soon as
he's got the Hammer of Corin. Okay.
I think that kind of loot is fine too.
I think it's a bit boring.
Stiff. Yeah, that's definitely true. I think making combat good is the hardest thing that games have to do. That's the one challenge that, like, if combat in a game isn't good, the game isn't good. But if combat is good, the game is good.
That's true.
Looks like it has some physical penetration.
It's like the most important part to get right.
Of course, these stats you'll see here are...
That's why WoW has like so much longevity.
Just yet.
The combat in WoW is so good.
If I can... Ooh, okay. So,
Made, greed, or pass. Okay.
In the group loot, obviously there's a lot of functionality here that parties have the ability to customize. There can be loot master, there can be round robin, there can be need, greed, pass. That's applied on a per rarity basis, depending on the party's choices. Some materials, and now I should have the ability to use. So the Lorca Vindicta shield, that's not the shield I'm looking for. I'm trying to get a tower shield. But in the meantime, I can use.
Okay, he's gonna use the hammer and the shield.
Which
I think the hammer was doing more damage.
but it's not going to be as good as the tower shield. but it'll help. So now let me see what happens when I use my shield rush with this. Nice. Ooh, that felt good. Very cool.
That's decent.
Alright, stay on me, little Echo. Little baby Echo. Hey, look at that. We're not too bad here.
Okay.
So talk to me a little bit about...
Effects are blinding? Yeah, there's a lot of flashy effects and things like that. I think that you can turn a lot of that down, though, to be fair.
As
long as you can turn it down,
some of the
that's
differences
fine.
that we had.
Yeah.
But the issue is, like, you don't want to be able to turn it off, so you want to have, like, a very legible way to understand what the other players are doing without the indicator being blinding.
The tank
Pretty much
archetype in Alpha 1 and the tank archetype that we will be having in Alpha 2.
Like, I know Final Fantasy has it where you can disable other people's things so you only see yours, which I think is also good. Because I usually reduce them, like I don't completely disable them, but I usually leave mine as like a little more visible.
Yeah, I could speak to that a bit. So for those of you that were part of Alpha 1, or have seen some of that footage, you might have noticed that the tank felt very much more like an offensive melee type. Something you'd almost expect more from a fighter. And part of that is because we didn't really have any other archetypes at that time to fill that role. So you're going to notice a lot more defense and control and threat mechanics on this version of the tank that you didn't necessarily see as much of prior. So as we've kind of already gone over a lot of the ability mechanics, you probably already noticed that you've got a lot more reliable mechanics that you can use pretty frequently to...
Maybe this is an unpopular take, but I actually would not care if this game had target locking in PvE.
It was annoying that he just missed his ability
basic attacks
and then lost
for like a
threat for
bow
that.
or like a staff or something like that. I think that's totally fucking fine, because like missing your charge like that is like super annoying.
Yep.
And like I don't think it should be for PvP. Absolutely fucking not. But for PvE, totally fine. Like whenever I played New World, it was very annoying having to like shoot every single arrow and aim every single arrow. The same with the staff, etc. That's why almost everybody that you see that plays the game for like PvE is using a melee weapon.
Defend your party and also defend yourself.
And what is the type of tank role we're looking to achieve with this particular class fantasy, this class kit that we have?
I would say Ashes of Creation tank will be a pretty classic one, one that tank players are familiar with, and I think that's what people want. We don't need to necessarily redefine what the tank is, but I think we can improve it. There's some things that
nothing I've seen so far shows that they've improved it. Just being straight up.
Obviously, you'll have your expected mechanics like threat management and generation, mitigation, control, battlefield control, CC effects. But then, we'd also like to see more direct ways of protecting your party members too, exploring just like Aegis. That's just to be scratching the surface of that kind of thing, but being able
I think that's fine, but I wouldn't make it to where you have to use that kind of stuff all the time. Like that's
should be
my
very
concern.
situational. Yeah.
Yeah, remove threat management from that. He's 100% correct. Yeah, definitely.
to actually actively take damage for your allies that isn't just manipulating the AI. Because another thing about tanks that I think a lot of people deal with other games is they're pretty bad in PvP. Like when threat is removed.
Not always. Not always. They're either OP as hell in PvP or they're garbage. It's usually one or the other.
From the equation, what am I doing as a tank when players just ignore me? And so we want to offer more.
I feel like in WoW PvP, tanks are actually very good. They're either very.
They're good in like BGs. They're dog shit in arena because there's no objective other than killing the team in arena.
Good or very bad. And like with New World, I feel like tanks are also extremely good. So
yeah, New World. That's also because like it's hard to ignore the player in front of you in New World, especially if you're like a ranged player. So, I mean, that's why they're good, is because you can't like try to go behind them easily.
Like in my opinion, I think that as a tank, what really is your role in PvP?
Distract.
I think it's to maybe it's almost like a.
If I had to guess, it would be distracting the enemy, like by applying like CC stuff to them, like making them annoyed. Like you're taunting them, but in a different way. Like it's not threat exactly, but you are in a form taunting them. Like you're forcing them to focus on you instead of the DPS that's killing them.
Like a defensive bard almost.
Where... Like, yeah, because when I play tank in PvP, it's always like I try to be the very first one to jump in. Like I'll just heroic leap into a group if I have to. Because to me, it's not about dying. Like I don't care about dying. Of course, I'll pop my defensive CDs when I do that, just because I know everyone's about to like freaking nuke me. But the point is to try to survive long enough that your DPS can, you know, get out their things. Because if they use like abilities on you, those are abilities they, you know, especially like cooldown ones, they're not going to use it on your DPS. And while your DPS does have their abilities, so
like
that's why they're good in BGs, but just dog shit in arena.
You're buffing your party, like giving them avoidance, maybe CCing players, doing stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, crowd control, stuff like that, or big damage. Like if you're very slow or something like that. It's hard to say.
I don't think they should have big damage, but I think they should have damage that you cannot ignore. As in, if a tank is on you, like, and you don't have like someone keeping you up, like a healer, like that should eventually kill you. Maybe not as quick as a DPS, obviously, but they shouldn't be a case where like people are just self-healing through tanks DPS, which unfortunately is the case right now with WoW.
Direct mechanics that force even players or encourage players to attack the tank to make it so that the tank can't protect their allies against you.
Yeah, I think you know, traditionally I like playing a combination of tank healer.
Yeah, somebody says, why shouldn't taunt work in PvP? Because it's bad gameplay.
Yeah.
I
it
find
makes it really annoying.
My target or like my camera is being redirected by another player. It's extremely jarring and annoying.
Exactly.
This is regardless of whether it's fun or not, or sorry, not like whether it's balanced or not. I find the fundamental of that gameplay to be unpleasant.
I mean, I've also played, of course, you know, mages and whatnot, DPSs. But I like the role of kind of the control aspect, the mitigation, the kind of protective nature, the ability to kind of route enemies in a fashion that is most conducive to the engagement of the encounter. That's what I really like here. So, as you can see, we're making good progress here. A lot better than the first round. Let's see. Once we get up here, I want to showcase a little bit of the wind actors on this grass that you guys kind of see around us.
Yeah, as I said, I think they should just do, like, Death Grip in WoW is fucking perfect. I love seeing stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you deal more damage. No, I'm fine with having Taunt that has a functionality in PvP. Taunt has a functionality in PvP right now for WoW. So, like, the more people that attack something with a taunt buff, it takes more damage.
Better.
I think that's fine.
In small numbers.
In small numbers,
yeah,
that's true.
Does it? I did not know that. Is that true? I'll look into that. Because it's like, I do arena, like, on occasion. And anytime you see the enemy has a tank, it's a GG. I've never lost a game against a tank.
We're going to have some challenge ahead of us, because this is a very dense area of these enemies, and if we're not careful with our positioning, we can end up with a big fight on our hands.
Alright, come over here, buddy boy. Yeah, what you got? Come on over. See, sometimes when I like to play from a showcase...
And also, like, you know, in terms of resources, I don't think it really makes a lot of sense for many classes to have mana. Like how in WoW, like rogues have energy, warriors have rage. Mages have mana. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me that that warriors would have mana, for example.
Perspective, I do so in the realm of like a new player, persona-wise.
Okay. Of course.
Of course. I see I'm ticking for 50. I don't know what that ticking for 50 is.
Sit for mana if y'all need it.
Yeah, let's sit here.
I think communal restoration or something applies a hot.
Oh yeah. Let me sit down.
No, that's cleansing.
Oh, you're right, cleansing.
I'm also like, maybe this is an unpopular opinion since this game is like a little bit more old school, but anytime that you have to sit down for more than like 5 seconds to like regen your mana
energy. Yep.
Like I don't really, like why? Like it's boring.
Yep.
Take a seat and get some.
It seems like the out of combat regeneration is just way too slow.
Restorative mana.
Want a different resource for
so you guys are going to see here ahead of us. This is a pretty.
It's an old concept. Yeah, it is.
Grassy area.
Especially like everyone else has full mana, but him, like that shouldn't be happening like as a tank. Like that's just really weird.
It's a beautiful area. I'm liking it. But I want to showcase a little bit of how abilities interact with the grass and with the foliage.
Okay, that's
so
good.
You'll remember that we have that
that's
kind
actually
of
pretty cool
shout,
if it does.
And watch what happens when I use it here. Boom! Oh, it's.
That's really cool.
That is badass.
That's actually fucking badass.
Yeah.
Let's watch that again.
And
it made like an imprint. Look at that.
Boom!
That's
that's
like
super
crazy.
fucking immersive. I love that.
Yeah.
AOE of anger.
Now imagine that in like the snow and stuff. How that's gonna look.
And malice.
Holy shit!
I think that's a really cool touch of just like visual tech that a lot of games haven't.
Oh, even the abilities are like pushing the grass.
In the world.
Yeah, that's badass.
It's very immersive. I would like to kind of move in this direction, guys. Kind of, if you want to stay close to me. See what we can accomplish here.
It would also be nice if like these NPCs had an indicator of how close you are to aggroing them. Like for example in Valheim, whenever you get near
I was thinking Skyrim with like the eye.
An NPC, it will have like a yellow exclamation point, and that's like, hey, it's been alerted that something is going on, and then a red exclamation point is like, okay, it has aggro, it's going after you.
Yeah, I think Skyrim's eye also would work, where the eye like fills up depending on like how alert they are to you, and if it's like fully like filled, they see you. Is that Skyrim? I think it's
aggro
Skyrim.
range indicator. Yeah.
Could be thinking something else.
This way.
A different game.
And I'm gonna grab.
No, people don't like that idea. Why? That just makes the game too easy, though.
Easy? That's a dumb argument.
Wait, you think the game would be too easy if you could see if you were aggroing things? Like, you want not knowing if you're going to aggro something and then having multiple things aggro without you thinking that they're going to aggro? You want that as a difficulty factor? I don't. I think that sucks. It's annoying.
That's not even a difficulty factor. Because eventually, I mean, it is true that eventually you are going to just get a feel for it once you start playing the game enough. Like, wow, like I have a general feel of how close I can get before something aggroes on me. But that's because I've been playing the game for a long time. So eventually that would be the case with Ashes, but it's like, why does that even need to be a thing? It's not a difficulty thing.
Over here. Sit down.
Okay.
Good. Let me know if you see any targets moving towards us.
That is good. He can
bias
zoom
for
out.
Convenience. I absolutely do, because I think convenience makes games better.
And we'll maybe approach this. Let's go this way.
Okay.
Stay close. And I'm going to pull this guy over real quick. There we go.
I think he resisted you.
Prefacing downgrade for the cave video when it first went under a 5. No, it's about the same, I would say.
Got on that.
okay. It's okay. Just stay near me if you can. Keep heals on me. I got shield up. Let's focus down that one target.
Oh, yeah, he was taking a lot of damage just now.
Over.
What is that ring?
On me.
Is that a heal? He still does not have aggro. That's crazy.
The aggro I think would be like super frustrating to play.
Alright, good.
Yeah, that was just retarded.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, yeah, not being able to get aggro on stuff is awful. Shifting stupid things so they're challenging but fun things. Yeah, and that's kind of the way that I look at it, is that I think that, like, frictional things that, like, happen on accident and create tilt.
And I just realized that the word I said, like, I actually don't really use that word. It's actually, like, a little mad at myself because I try not to use words that I've told myself, okay, let's just not use that anymore. Yeah, it was stupid. It's really stupid.
Moments for games are not good, just in general.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if a game creates an outcome that's frustrating or that's hard to understand, and then you're punished for that, I don't think most people enjoy that.
I also think it's because the cooldowns, like the weapons have, or his abilities that generate threat have a decent cooldown on them. But if it was like a 3-second cooldown, it wouldn't be too bad.
And I think that...
But they're like 8 seconds.
The challenge in a game should come...
Which, if you're fighting elites and stuff, is like a long time.
From the mechanics of a boss. It should come from the healing output that you need to do for the boss. Like some sort of, pattern that you need to dodge. Something like that. Actual skill-based content. Rather than having these, like, weird pseudo-skill things, like knowing how far away a mob can aggro from. I don't find this to be, like, a particularly enjoyable thing to do. And I think also, whenever you...
I don't think it's too big of a deal. Because like I said, WoW doesn't really have it. And yet people just figure it out off of playing a while. So to me, I don't really consider that too big of a deal. I'm really not liking how the threat is working. So if this keeps it, I will not be tanking in Ashes. Because like he said, it's just a pain in the ass. Why go put yourself through that?
You spend more time playing the game
when you could just DPS or heal and not have to worry about, like, stupid stuff like that.
You'll have to deal with people that don't know that, and then they'll aggro extra stuff because they're not aware of it, and it will create frustrating outcomes for a more minimal gain.
You're going to lose the casual tanking player base, which means there's going to be a lot less tanks, which is never a good thing, even if you don't care about tanking. If you played any game that requires a tank, Warcraft, Final Fantasy, you know that queuing as a DPS and there's not many tanks is a pain in the ass. Final Fantasy kind of resolved it with the whole trust system and like the squadrons, but with WoW, like for example the solo queue in WoW right now, because you need a healer and people don't really like healing in PvP, it's a nightmare. It's like 20-30 minute queues for a DPS and solo queue, at least in my server.
Pretty dense area. That's a problem.
Then I jump on my healer. It's like less than 3 minutes. Most of the time, it's instant.
Yeah, fight against the UI.
Let's try to pull this guy one at a time.
Hold on. Let me get people topped off.
Get close if you can to me. All right, here we go. Okay, knock. Nicely done, nicely done. Let's grab this guy right
stuff from
here.
North people don't know life the game. Yeah, exactly.
Like, look at that. Like, he used all his abilities and he still lost aggro for a bit.
Nice.
Like, that's crazy.
I love the effects on these guys. And the animation did a great job as well.
I think the effects are like they're very powerful, very high levels of effects.
I think they're just too bright.
I could see playing this for like a few hours could give somebody like a little bit of a visual migraine. Yeah, way too many effects. Yeah, for sure.
Not that there's too many, it's just bright as shit. Wait, what?
All right, let's move up over to this rock area. I need to sit real quick.
He got like beamed up. What the hell?
Just grab some
yeah, this
mana
line of sight.
Like that mana thing is just so.
Should be an exclamation mark. Yeah, something like
serene.
that.
Like him sitting down again, it's like this is annoying.
I know. I couldn't even
hear
imagine.
the sound of the birds.
There's so many ghosts and shades in this area. It's kind of sad. Now, I believe in this particular Oakenbane Keep area, there used to be these old, magnificent kind of essence-ridden trees, but they were all harvested to produce kind of magical artifacty items, and now only one remains, which Lord Oakenbane himself guards.
All right, well, let's kill him.
I think I'm good. Let me grab this guy here. I'm just going to body pull him. Come on, buddy. There we go.
Like, it seems like he keeps threat no problem when he gets everything off. But it's like, that's 3 of his abilities. The rest don't do anything for threat.
Okay. You guys finish him off. I'm going to grab the next one.
Maybe because he's a low level, I have no idea. I just feel like they didn't really do a good job there.
The boss as well.
With trying to promote people playing tank class. Like, based on everything I've seen so far, I really don't want to play the tank anymore.
I'm going to activate my grit.
Here we go.
And I play tank on every MMO I play. Like, I did it in Final Fantasy, did it in WoW. It's usually my favorite class to play. But in this, I like New World as well. Like, I didn't really like it, so.
Let's see what this boss is like.
Try to focus the little dude first. Right, I'm going to try to knock the boss down. I'm going to put up a shield just in case you need it.
And he's dead.
Oh, I went down. I'm coming back up.
Okay, here we go.
Knock him down now.
Is there not like a taunt ability?
Trying to drop some aggro.
Because yeah, I feel like you kind of need a taunt ability. Gameplay this month from last month already looks better. Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
Trying to get him off.
I think they could do more with them looking more like ghosts. Right now, it's just that it's missing legs. Like, nothing else looks ghostly that I can tell. Like, if you put legs on them, it'd no longer look anything like a ghost.
And these are low-level mobs, so they're not going to have, like, a bunch of crazy abilities.
Not bad. Only one death.
Yeah, that wasn't
okay,
too
there's
bad.
the tower shield.
We got a tower shield now.
All right, let's see how this works.
I need that, of course, as the tank.
You get all the loot this run.
Yay.
All right, let's see what the tower shield looks like.
It's the tank run.
All right, let me put on this glorious tower shield. And let me compare it, actually.
That's 7 armor, 2 constitution, while the other one doesn't give anything.
Ooh, there we go. I'm loving it.
It's a little bit better,
That is a true tower shield. Now, I'm, of course, to having like a medium-sized tower shield as a dwarf in most tabletop RPGs that I play, so that I just have complete cover against my enemies. But this is.
I think they should just do shields, make them a lot like either New World or Elden Ring, where it's like the bigger shields have,
More armor.
more, like more blocking stability, but they also weigh a lot more, or they make your character slower.
Yeah.
Not either. I like it. It's very, very.
If they're gonna go with the realism, then yeah, I think Elden Ring is a great one to kind of copy.
Polished. The metal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it fits with the armor from this area.
This was much longer. Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice.
Shields in New World are done well. Yeah, I think so too.
We have how many more bosses are after this? We have we have a leggings and a chest piece. Now we really in that live stream did not perform well against the main boss dude. But again, this is an area intended for 8 people with pots and other supplies that we don't necessarily have access to. I'm gonna knock him down into 1.
Yeah, like a lot of other classic inspired MMOs, like you can still do it with lower numbers. It's just gonna take a while. You got to be more careful.
Yeah, and tell me a little bit about kind of, you know, our decisions around allowing kind of content to get experienced by lower level players.
So the problem with this is going to get steamrolled by people trying to speedrun leveling. I think that's a problem.
What type of safeguards do we put from, you know, power leveling or twinking? Obviously, we adjust experience based on level differential between the target enemy and the...
I don't think that's going to help much. People are going to find pretty easily the ideal setup to where it's like, okay, is it 10, 20 in terms of like how fast they kill things versus, you know, the actual experience gained, and also like how much experience you're getting versus the difficulty. So even though you may not be getting as much experience as like the actual optimal build, like there's no threat of dying. Like you guys are melting everything. You're not getting the best experience, but like it's easy experience. So.
And the group, how do we kind of do that? Obviously, we take the difference in the party max level and the party's lowest level, and those things can indicate...
I don't think that power leveling somebody is a big deal. Like, I don't think that should be the meta, and I don't think it should be, like, super efficient to do that. But, like, I don't think
there's a big problem.
Worst thing ever either.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to help your friend get higher level... That way he's caught up with everybody else. I don't think that's like super bad.
Yep.
The modifier that is applied to incoming experience based on the number of participants within that party. And those help safeguard those things. Which we're all oh, God.
Because even if they do that where it's like, say you're max level and you're helping your lobby friend level, like, even if they reduce all the experience, there's still going to be cases where the high level is going to do it just so they can gear the hell out of their friend. And their friend then can go, like, basically one-shot everything in their level because they're, like, twinked out. Because if you're going to affect drop rate as well, like, that's just, honestly, that's shit. Like, that would be really bad.
And in addition to that, we also have experience bonus for grouping up. It's pretty cool.
Don't make the game worse just because you don't.
It's higher and higher the more people you have in your group to really encourage those.
You don't want to ban bots.
Yes.
That's really fair. Okay, so this is the boss.
And obviously
like
the way that we kind of designed the encounter.
I will say this looks really fucking badass.
Yeah, I was gonna say the area looks cool.
Yeah, like being able to like walk in there and it has the guy that's waiting up there and he's obviously like the boss himself. That looks really cool.
I like how like the trees and stuff are like growing out of the wall.
Is that certain monsters will have certain types of strengths and weaknesses. Those, of course, will correlate to certain types of class kits. So some areas might be more beneficial for you to kind of XP in versus others. And a big role in that non-solo gameplay, of course, is going to be group composition, right?
Yeah, that's one thing I really love about our diverse class kits that we have available to us in Ashes is the diverse content that comes along with that, right? Like for an optimal group for one area might involve, 3 or 4 ranged DPS, but another area you might want to stack fighters for all their CC that they can bring. So different groups for different areas.
I don't think that's gonna do anything. I'll be honest. I know that's what they're saying, but I don't see how that does anything. Like, unless it's a terrain thing where you just can't get to them. Like, how does it change up, like, whether you have ranged or melee in these kind of areas? Like, to me, I just don't see it as, like, anything. The only other thing I can think of is, like, the enemies are going to have, like, a lot of AoE that's stationary, as in it's coming just from them, in which case melee's not going to be ideal. But that just seems annoying.
It's always a balancing act between knowing should you make something like very good to where people want to bring it for certain situations, but like how good, and if it's too good, then people are like, okay, well, we need to have one of these. It's always hard to know like where to draw the line there.
Easy.
Video on low quality setting? I do? No, it's on HD.
Far? Oh, we have to go just up this way, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just up here and around the hill. He's on some ruins in the back.
Okay.
Hey Trad, can you change the loot rules to drop the rarity from what it's set right now, like 1 level, so that greens are rollable?
Oh, good call. Good call.
Where do I do that?
Options, party settings.
Hold up, Steven.
All right. Okay. Stand by. Tank
All
is
right, so
standing
I am
by.
saying.
I'm gonna skip to the boss fight. I want to see the
agree?
boss fight.
Yeah, yeah.
So, all right, I have common and uncommon. Need or agree.
Look at
Yep.
this party.
Okay.
My Ranger Fantasy.
Really? Alright. Let's go kill this guy over here first. I think he has the leggings, yeah?
Okay, here we go. Here's another boss fight.
This guy. Get over here.
I think also like having action combat to where like you can dodge and avoid certain mechanics, like especially projectiles, feels really cool in certain games. Like obviously Elden Ring and like Dark Souls type stuff, New World has this, Lost Ark has this in certain ways. Yeah, I think this is good.
I would agree.
They have
yeah.
more of that.
I do like the old school feel of carefully navigating through the space,
Oh, absolutely.
trying not to pull too many things at once.
Oh yeah, I'm not about that lawnmower combat at all.
I mean, I don't know why they're saying that, because they just said that this was meant for 8 people. If they had 8 people where they're at now, like they wouldn't have to do this like crawls, what they're talking about, like being careful. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, Jeremy, Doug, and their teams did a really good job on the encounters here.
Yeah, that can be a problem when you move into an area and it's just like overwhelmingly dense. And sometimes those areas you like are happy if there's other parties that are nearby, and you're like, okay, cool, you're keeping the spawn rate down for me a little bit. Oh, we got somebody. Oh God, let me.
I will also say like fighting against respawns is like not really the worst thing, but whenever you have to spend a long time to like regen mana and you're also dealing with respawns, I do think that does kind of get frustrating.
Yeah. See if I can actively block that.
I love Master Pulse. Yeah, I do too.
What's
I think
up?
they're awesome.
What's up?
Nice.
Let's go again.
Skills.
I'm just gonna let you take that one. I need some mana.
I want to get him to shoot me again. Boom!
I'd like to explore like a perfect block thing where if you time it perfectly, you get an additional bonus.
Oh, that would be great. Like a kind of almost Gears of War where you have that active reload.
That's a great idea, by the way.
Yeah.
I really hope they do that. Like Valheim has that as a parry.
Dark Souls,
that's a really good idea. Like making combat more reactive and adding.
Like if you could do that on a spell or reflex a spell, if you can do it on like melee, like maybe it adds a debuff.
Nuances inside of the combat that is more than just pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
The engineer in me is now crying.
We'll have to be somewhat a little forgiving for it, but like I've been playing Valheim lately, and it's really fun to do their perfect block.
Yeah,
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling
really
that block.
well designed.
And it's just so good with the sound effects that are associated that Cat did on that bolt. Oh, it feels so good. Okay, looks like we're grabbing 2. Let me get aggro on the boss first. I'm gonna need some heals. Let me activate my. Yeah, you guys focus. I'm just gonna build up. I'm just gonna build up hate here on the boss. You guys focus down that ad.
So I think he messed up here. He should have only used the one ability on the boss and immediately been on that ad, because it just makes more sense from a tank's perspective.
I should be good. I have my grit active and I have my active block. You just keep Keenan alive. He looks like he's taking some damage.
Working on it. He's almost down.
How dare you? How dare this guy?
Group heal coming up.
How dare him? The Arborist Historia.
Oof.
That was avoidable.
Knocked him.
Oops.
Let me pull him over here a little bit. Come on over, buddy.
Well, he just does one ability.
Come to me.
He just does like the 4 things around them. And like again, these are like level 17 mobs. So like we shouldn't be comparing this to like a Mythic Plus dungeon boss in WoW.
You should compare this to Dead Mines.
Yeah, that's a good. That makes sense.
Him. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Easy. Nice.
Okay, where to loot at?
Titan bark leggings. Sweet. We're almost there. I need that, of course.
Okay.
Need.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
We handled that guy with ease.
I'll also say that the visuals in the game, like, I think they look good. Like they have good fidelity, but a little bit more. I don't really even know what the word is for it, but like kind of flair to some of the designs to make them look a little bit more like memorable, I guess. Like,
that's
for example,
a good,
like you can see certain areas in WoW, and you know exactly where that is based off of what the, you know, like how the rocks are designed, or how the you know, like the side of a fort or a wall is designed. Yeah, like make things a little bit more stylized.
Maybe.
Art
Yeah.
style.
I mean, it seems like with this, like a lot of like things are being overgrown by nature, so I think more of that would have been better.
It's like that video we talked about yesterday. We watched.
I think if we just clear carefully, we'll be fine.
Yeah. All right, let's keep on clearing. I'm gonna pull the left side first. Stand by.
Okay.
I would pull them like back over here because we'll have mobs on both sides of you.
Dude, yeah, let's go over here. Actually, let's go to the right.
Okay, here we go. Best example is Elden Ring. Yeah, that's another good example.
It's the Echo.
Okay, so this is
only one left, and you want to chop it down.
I mean, this is kind of cool, like with this tree underneath on top of the crypt that's underneath it. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
I feel like are we having an earthquake? Like my table's moving. No, I think we're good.
Time to get some sleep, Steven.
I know, right? Oh my god.
Time for all of us to get some sleep.
I know. Alright, I'm gonna pull this guy up here. Stand by.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead a bit more just so we can see a little bit more of the environment too. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, this is almost it.
Watch the angle on the pull. Don't want to pull in front of Oaken Bane.
He does a big AoE, so we're gonna have to spread out, and then we're gonna aggro. If we do that.
Okay,
we have one behind us too,
right
that we
here.
could
Stand right here on me in this position. Don't deviate from this one. Hold here. And then let me see if I can grab this Echo first.
Can't the archer just shoot him?
And if I can, there we go.
Nope.
Got the boss. Okay,
social.
I'm gonna grab the boss. You guys kill the Echo.
Yeah,
Take the boss back to his room.
Okay, stand by. Don't attack that boss. Alright, good.
He didn't listen.
God, it hurts. It hurts.
He said it, like, take the boss to the room.
Alright, I got the boss on the ground. Keep keening up. Oh god.
Ryan.
I'm holding.
I think the animation there, like, it's okay, but it could definitely use a lot of improvement, where it's like, I don't know exactly how you're supposed to tell, like, when the attack is gonna go. Or, like, when it's going to happen.
It also kind of looked a bit hard to tell who was going to affect.
Can't keep up with it.
Okay, I'm good.
Prior to it going off.
Oh, so close. I'm going to knock him down. Alright, good. We're good.
Dropping at chains.
Nice. Oh, thank God for this active block. Knocking him. Alright, holding aggro. I'm gonna pull him inside of his mausoleum where he should be laid to rest appropriately. Come here! Follow me! Into your final resting place, Lord Oakenbane.
Ooh. He didn't like that.
I do really like how you can...
going to sleep. Shh, just go to sleep. Go to sleep.
It's hard for me to know, like, whether blocking should be, like, an active thing like this or not.
That's actually what I was just thinking while watching him just hold that block. I'm like, that's, I don't know, kind of boring. Like, I feel like WoW does it better, where it's an ability with a cooldown. And yes, like, you can have it up a lot of the time, but it's not, like, permanent. Like, this seems kind of to be. It's hard. I don't know, I'd have to play with it to see if I prefer one or the other. I just, off the gut feeling, I feel like I wouldn't like it.
+1, yeah. I'm not sure. Because, like, New World has this, whereas, like, WoW, whenever you're just getting attacked, you can block.
Yeah.
Do it!
I'm just saying, like, the reason why is because I think holding block and getting attacked, it kind of sucks. So it's like, this is something I'd have to really play and see how it feels.
It also limits what you can do with blocking, I think. I'm not sure, but like, does that mean every tank class has to have some kind of shield? Or maybe like a two-hander, I guess, like in New World? But I'm not sure.
Rest now.
It's happening. I commit you to the ground, Lord Oakenbane. Well
He's dead.
done,
Okay, what does he drop?
ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good fight.
That was good. I'm grabbing my need on the Titan Bark chest plate. And then now it is time to reveal the glory of our pursuits.
Okay, let's see it.
I am going to equip said.
I wonder if there's like
Thanks.
a set bonus to it.
Let's do it.
That'd be really cool. It looks way better than what he had. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
That looks
It
good.
looks so
Yeah.
glorious.
That's good.
Jelly.
So,
How's
what
our
do you
art
guys
team so
think?
good?
I know. The art team is unbelievable. I mean, really. They're just so good.
I wouldn't expect it to be like something super fucking crazy because it's low level armor.
Yeah.
It's like, basically a helmet
I do wonder if they're going to have transmog though.
with a little bit of flair to it.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, I hope you guys enjoyed this brief demonstration of our Alpha 2 preview for the tank archetype. Of course, as we said, this is all a work in progress. There are many things that will change. Testing is very important. Your feedback is incredibly important. Please make sure that you leave all commentary possible within the YouTube video, on our forums, on our Reddit, on Twitter, everywhere possible. We always take that stuff very seriously, and we iterate upon it, as you've seen between November's live stream and this month's live stream. I hope you all enjoyed it. Keenan, Trad, Brian, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you all next time.
Cheers.
See you, everyone.
Yeah, I think this
Cheers.
combat definitely looked better than the last one. I would say that for sure. It's going to take a while for them to have the combat be as good as something like Lost Ark or BDO or something like that, which in my opinion is kind of like the gold standard. And even New World, like despite...
Oh, yeah, I was muted just now, but what I was saying is, like, the combat does look way better than it did. I do think there's obvious issues, like it being way too flashy with bright lights, which is the problem. I wish the animations weren't just, like, stuck on bright equals cool. And, of course, tanking itself does not look enjoyable, just based on what we're seeing. I'm just being straight up honest with you, it just does not look fun to be a tank in Ashes right now. So, hopefully they realize that maintaining threats should not be as difficult as they seem to be wanting it to be. You know, like if you get like one of your threat abilities off, that should almost guarantee that you have threats on that enemy. Maybe not if like a DPS did like 90% of the damage, but there were cases where he lost threat after doing one of his abilities that, you know, does threat when they were at like 90% health, which is just stupid.
Despite the desyncing stuff has pretty good combat. That's what really has to work. It's improving every month. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me link you guys the video. By the time it comes out, we'll have iterations. Oh yeah, definitely. I do think that like for tanking, like gaining aggro as a tank is not fun. It's annoying because then people are pulling aggro. You've got to let like a lot of tank abilities are probably reactive in certain ways, like blocking, you know, perfect blocking. That's all reactive. So like if you lose aggro and you have people that are like attacking and then you can't get aggro back and like you're doing less damage, so you're doing less aggro, it's like a very frustrating situation. And like whenever aggro was a big problem in WoW, it was not fun, in my opinion, to tank. And I think also like a good example of like how true this is that remember back whenever Burning Crusade came out and there was like this massive tank shortage because nobody wanted to play tank because it just wasn't
exactly
fun
what I was saying.
To do shit damage and compete for aggro. Yeah, it just wasn't fun. And I think also New World has the same problem that a lot of people don't like playing tank in New World because the gameplay of it is not enjoyable.
Yep. There's also the issue with mana. Like, what the hell is the tank having to sit down all the time getting mana back? Like, that to me was just stupid. Like, maybe the healer, if it was an intensive fight, it would make more sense. But, like, the tank? Like, I've never seen a game do that. It's just poor design. I have a feeling they would fix that, but hey, this is what they're showing us, so it's what we have at this time to critique.
Aggro is the best thing that existed to stand out. I don't really think so.
Yeah, that's someone who's never tanked. At least not, like, a lot. Maybe they dabbled in it in Classic WoW, and that's, like, now they think they're, like, an expert in tanking. Not that I'm one, but I've tanked in, like, freaking a dozen MMOs by now. And it's any MMO that has it like that, I just don't tank in it. I don't want to.
I feel like the game has improved more in terms of combat as they've removed them.
Yeah.
Let's see here. New World desync on Taunt is shocking. Yeah, of course that's an issue. And Stream has said they sold 100,000 alpha keys. Holy shit. People crying about taking forever to release, but haven't seen hundreds of games that drop unfinished and fail miserably. No. I don't really care about that. The game will come out whenever it comes out, okay? Like, I don't know when that's going to be. I have no idea. But if it takes a while longer, then it takes a while longer. It doesn't really matter. They should only release it whenever they are ready to release it. Does that make sense? New Willy video is really good. Yeah, I might watch that. We'll see what happens. I'll look at it. I do think that this is a pretty big improvement from what we've seen last time. And I think to me, whenever you're looking at like a new, what do you call it? Like a new game and like the development of the game, it's not even really where the game is, it's where the game is going and how it evolves. So I think that it's gotten better over time and hopefully.
And yeah, like with the whole tanking thing, me being against it, like, of course, like who cares if I'm going to tank in a game? But at the same time, it's like if I don't want to tank, there's probably way more people as well who have that same mentality where it's like I don't mind tanking when it's like, I don't want to use the word easy because it's like to me, threat should not be a part of the equation. That's like if a DPS, like say for example, you have a DPS class, when you mess up like something in the rotation, it immediately like ruins your DPS. Like you're now like really, really like as bad a DPS as like you're doing tank DPS now. You know what I mean? Because you messed up one part of your rotation once. That fight is now like your garbage DPS for the rest of that fight. I hate that on DPS as well, where it's like, that is just annoying. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people just don't play those kind of classes. It doesn't feel satisfying either. When you do get it right, it's not like a satisfying thing. It's more like, it's just frustrating when you don't get it right.
Hopefully that will continue to be the case.
Yeah. Like, and that's what I mean. Like, getting threats, like a lot of times in these kind of games where it's hard to do, not hard to do, but like tedious. You don't feel satisfied once you get the threat. It's more like, oh, thank God, like finally, like. And then if you don't get it, you're just like, oh my God, I hate this game.
That's why they don't release the game anytime soon, because they can make more money riding hype like Star Citizen. Yeah, I don't know.
Think so.
I mean, like, I don't want to get into like some conspiracy weird thing like that or whatever.
I think it's way too early to say that's what's happening.
I have no idea. I think if the game was out, you could probably make more money off of it because you're selling subscriptions. Like, you know, you're selling 100,000 alpha keys. How many times can you sell that? You can only sell that one time. So you want to have different ways for people to spend money more regularly, and that's just what makes sense. So I don't think that's a very good way to look at it. Can I say it's way much better video? Yeah, exactly. I like this. Hopefully we will see more combat like this, and you know, they'll fix a little bit more of the desync type stuff, and like the fuck, I'm having a hard time with words today. I don't really know why. They'll fix the clunkiness, I guess you could say. Yeah, the clunky.
Yeah, it was also hard to tell when like bosses would do abilities, and those abilities did hit pretty hard. So it's important because this is at a low level, so it's not that big a deal. But at the higher levels, when they can probably do one-shot mechanics, like how are you gonna know things are happening?
And that kind of stuff.
Unless they're just not going to have one-shot mechanics, but in which case they're still going to have mechanics that do a ton of damage, so. Okay, I'm still excited about Ash's creation. It's just, based on what I'm saying, if nothing really changes too much with how they implement the tanks, I'm just not going to play a tank. I'll probably just do a healer or something, though it looked like healing seemed to be a bit annoying as well. Like, I think the cooldowns are just too long, possibly. Because it looked like the healer wasn't running out of mana. It's just all their abilities were on cooldown, which I think is an issue. So, but yeah, so still looking forward to it. All right, I think I'll just do this as the last video, just a quick fun video. MMORPG tier list of 2023. Real quick, we'll see, based on what he's showing. Let me make this a little smaller so we can actually see. Yeah, even though it's like less of the screen. Like that. Yeah, that way we can kind of see it. So, real quick. Final Fantasy 14, I would put S tier. RuneScape, I'd put OSRS, put probably A tier or B tier. Because I think for what it does incredibly well. It just has garbage graphics. That's why it's not an S tier to me. Because it's like, can it be improved pretty obviously? Yeah. Final Fantasy 14, I can't think of anything that really could be improved on it. Of course, graphics could always be improved, but it's not anywhere near to like OSRS level. World of Warcraft, I think would probably be an A right now, or maybe even B. I'm not sure. I have to wait for more things to come out before I say it. New World, I think, is a B. Guild Wars 2 is probably an A. Just because Guild Wars 2 has way more content than New World right now. Though I do prefer New World's combat. Albion Online, I think if you're into that kind of game, it's probably an S tier. Lost Ark, I would say, is either A or B. Is this Arcade? I'm not sure what this is, but it's not even out, so I don't know why that would be on there. Alright, let's take a look now. Make that back again.
Everyone.
Volume up. Alright, and this is of course by the Lazy Peon. Let's take a look.
Everyone loves a good tier list, especially the MMO community, because when you get a bunch of nerds...
Everyone likes a tier list, not just the MMO. I think the ones who like it most are gacha players.
Together, all with different tastes and opinions, the results of such a tier list can spark heated debates in the comments, which is of course fuel for the YouTube algorithm. In 2022 I made my first MMO tier list, which many agreed with, whilst others questioned my sanity. This year we're taking a different approach. A few weeks ago I put together a poll and got my YouTube community to vote on which tier each MMO should end up in. The first community voted MMO tier list. We got over 5,000 responses in total, and in this video I'll share with you the results of this tier list, as well as give you my own personal updated MMO tier list at the end of this video. But first, sponsor. V-Rising is a vampire survival sandbox game set in a dark fantasy open world.
This is the first video I've seen with a V-Rising sponsor.
Where you take on the role of a freshly awakened vampire after centuries of slumber and return to a world that's forgotten you.
It's a fun game.
V-Rising was one of my favourite releases of 2022, and I couldn't stop playing it when I made my first impressions video for the game at launch, with me sinking over 55 hours into it within 5 days. The thing I loved the most about V Rising is the sense of progression you get from playing it. Every time you defeat a boss, you unlock new blueprints and abilities.
Because you gotta remember, Lazy Peon doesn't... I mean, he has a job, but his job is playing games, so it's like 55 hours for 5 days is like 5 hours a day almost. Which really isn't a lot for like someone who games a lot. Maybe it's a lot for him though. I'm not sure.
To help you increase your gear score to take on new challenges, and it was also super fun to create my very own gothic mansion filled with minions and servants. If you already own V Rising, the game has a massive free expansion set to release this year. The update includes a new biome to explore, multiple castle floors, tons of new bosses and enemy types, new weapons, an additional spell school, and...
The only thing I had an issue with V Rising was that the starting out of it, it's actually pretty slow. Like, I didn't really like it. But once it like got going with like you leveling up, getting more abilities and stuff like that, it really picked up and got a lot of fun. But I think the beginning of V Rising is kind of crap. After the tutorial.
The duel system, which will let you customize your spells. Click the link in the description below to check out V Rising now. The MMORPG tier list of 2023.
Whoa,
now this one is community voted, so don't shoot the messenger.
That is a huge amount.
The results of this tier list is determined by over 5,000 community votes. So let's jump into it. Start with Aeon. This is a game that I've revisited recently, played Retail and Classic. I actually had a decent time with Aeon Classic, but
I was so hyped about Aeon when it first came out. Like, I remember going to GameStop and picking it up, and like I had it pre-ordered and everything. And then I like played it for I think a month, if that, and I actually think I returned it. I think I played it for a few days and just returned it. Never mind. I'm pretty sure I returned it. Because I remember bringing it back. They're like, yeah, did you make an account? And I'm like, I did, but I said no, and they refunded my money. But yeah.
You guys have voted it to be F tier.
Yeah.
So rest in peace, Aeon. Neverwinter, an MMO that still gets played to this day, and the overwhelming amount of people voted it to be C tier, which I would agree with. The Secret World, an MMO that I haven't played for a long time or heard anything about. I'm not even sure if it's still going, but people voted this as F tier. Guild Wars 1, this is interesting because 22% of people voted it to be B tier.
That's actually a pretty fair thing, I think. Like, I really like Guild Wars 1, but it's not like a really good game.
But 22.6% of people voted it to be C tier, so that's where it's going to end up. But people really loved Guild Wars 1. New MMO from 2022, Embers Adrift, very niche MMO, and 39% of people voted this to be F tier.
Yeah, it did not look fun. Eve
Online, another extremely niche MMO, and an MMO that I've never actually covered on this channel. Interestingly enough, despite it being super niche, 25.5% of people voted EVE Online to be in the B tier.
That makes sense.
I really need to give EVE Online a chance. I always forget that this game exists, but it's been around since 2003, so it must be good if it's still going. Vindictus, the MMORPG that revolutionized action combat around the 2010 era. And you guys have just put it in the F tier, so
wow, I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that, but this is the tier list we're making. Lord of the Rings Online, another old MMO.
I'd have to put it either in F or D. Like, I think like Lord of the Rings is cool, of course, but I think the MMO is just boring.
It's still quite popular to this day. This game almost made the B tier with 27.2% people voting it for B tier, but 27.4% edged out and put it in the C tier.
You know what? It's probably because I haven't played it enough. Like, I played it like a little bit, I think their trial version, and it just was boring as hell. I didn't want to play anymore. But, you know, that's a lot of MMOs, so maybe I just didn't give it enough time.
Which I would probably agree with. It is quite old now. Lineage 2. This is an MMO that I wish I had the chance to play whilst it was relevant. Had epic, large-scale castle sieges and was quite ahead of its time. People voted this to be in the C tier. Next up is Rift,
That's
another
still
MMO
pretty impressive for a game that long ago for people to put it in C tier.
Deems to be middle of the pack and C tier. I'm not too sure if this game still has a healthy population.
That's funny. I would put Rift in D tier. Like, if you're going to put Aeon in F, I think Rift is not that much better.
Probably need to check in on it again sometime soon. Arcade, an MMO that people either loved or absolutely hated, but one thing that was undeniable is that Arcade brought a lot of innovation to the MMO genre, which is why I'm surprised to see that it overwhelmingly got voted to be a C tier MMO.
Why are you surprised? You just said you love it or hate it, which means it's probably going to hit the middle of the pack. To me, that just makes sense.
But a lot of people also voted it to be F tier and D tier. It was nowhere near reaching B or A tier. I'll do my own tier list at the end of this video, but I'd probably put it in B tier, man.
I was going to say, I think Lazy Peon, like, he's very nostalgic on it, so I was going to say, I thought he put it in A, to be honest, based on, like, his previous comments on it.
Blade and Soul, another MMO that was ahead of its time in regards to its combat system.
That's true.
Really fun, balanced, equalized 1v1, 3v3 arena PvP. People voted this one in the C tier. Albion Online, this MMO is a bit of a success story, one of the most successful crowd-funded MMOs, and it's just gone from strength to strength.
If I had to guess, it'd be A.
Over the years, lots of positive updates.
But like I said earlier, like if you're into this kind of games, like it's an S tier.
And the game's got quite a big player base. People voted this to be a B tier MMO quite overwhelmingly. RuneScape 3, the least popular of the two different versions of RuneScape. This game's completely different to old school RuneScape, is more heavily monetized, but also has a lot of different features and different gameplay. People voted this to be a B tier MMO. B tier for RuneScape 3, I think I'd agree with that. Swords of Legends Online, Chinese MMO that people seem to enjoy for about 2 months once it released. And
the thing with Sword of Legends, at least for myself, is that the harder content wasn't done in a fun way. Like it did not feel fun doing it. It was just, especially if you were a tank, which I was, like it was just a pain in the ass.
And then I heard absolutely nothing about it since.
It was like spamming tank busters. Like it was just so annoying.
People voted this to be F tier. Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning private server. The official servers of Warhammer Online got shut down years ago. The games existed on a private.
I tried to play the private server. It wouldn't play right. I was really disappointed because I really like Warhammer.
Server for many years since. And I've covered it recently, and people have voted it into the C tier. Quite a popular game. Every time I mention it, people talk very positively about it. We still haven't got anything for the D, A, or S tier yet. Adventure Quest 3D. Yeah, this one's overwhelmingly F tier. Quite basic combat.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's D or F with Adventure Quest.
It's mobile, PC, cross-platform. No surprise to me there. How about Skyforge? I absolutely hated this game when it first released.
I think... Well, the thing is, I actually do like some things about Skyforge. That's why I'd probably put it in D and not in F.
Solid F tier. Riders of Icarus, tab target MMO, where you basically go around collecting lots of different mounts.
Haven't played it, but I heard bad things about it.
Whilst it's not as bad as Skyforge, people have still voted it for the F tier. World of Warcraft Dragonflight, finally something for the A tier. This was overwhelmingly A tier at 32.8%, but 24.4% also voted it to be S tier. So an expansion that people seem to be reviewing very positive early on. World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King Classic. This is an interesting one because Wrath of the Lich King was the peak of WoW in terms of subscription numbers. So I expected this to have more positive votes than Dragonflight, but this wasn't the case. Wrath of the Lich King Classic was 30.7% voted for the A tier, and only 13.3% voted as S tier. It also had 28.9% people voting it for the B tier, so the community seems to prefer Dragonflight over Wrath Classic. Allods Online, I revisited this MMO last year and it still has a player base, but pretty much everyone that plays it is Eastern European. People voted this for the F tier. Tower of Fantasy, not really an MMORPG, but I wanted to include it.
What would I put Tower? I think C would be a fair thing, because there's some things that annoy me. Like, of course, the gacha stuff, but it's also, like, the time gating, like, was really freaking annoying. But take away really just those 2 points, and I think it was a really fun game.
Into this video anyway, as it is a shared world anime gacha MMO, people voted this for the F tier. Diablo Immortal.
Yeah, I think I understand why, but I just don't agree.
The most overwhelming F tier game on this list.
99%.
65.9% people voted this for the F tier, which doesn't surprise me at all.
There.
League of Angels 4. For me, this is the worst MMO I've ever played and covered on.
I saw his video on this. It looked like trash.
This channel. This is the most F tier game you can possibly get. It should probably even have its own tier, League of Angels tier. It's that bad. 48.4% of people voted Metin 2 for the F tier. Final Fantasy 11 Online. This MMO released all the way back in 2002.
You know what's interesting? Final Fantasy 11 was my first MMO that I've ever played. Which is weird because it's like, I didn't know what MMOs were. And I died and lost experience and uninstalled the game. Because I didn't know that was a thing, and I'm just like, what? I just lost my level. And I'm just like, oh my, this is horrible. Why am I playing this? This is stupid. Which is so funny because my sister's boyfriend bought it. She asked him to buy it for me, basically. And it cost like, I think it was like $45 plus like a subscription. I didn't even play it for like the full month. I felt bad, but I was just like, I hate that. I didn't really, because I was young, you know, so to me, I was like, dude, I just lost a level. Like, why am I playing this?
And I've never had the chance to play it, but I've heard a lot of cool stories about the game. Surprisingly, people voted this to be an F-tier game, even though it's still played to this day. MapleStory, a nostalgic MMO for many people, this was almost voted into the B-tier, but ultimately it ended up in C-tier.
I think that makes sense. There's a lot of things I actually like about MapleStory. Like, I actually really like their classes, like the designs of them. I like some of the bosses. They're very, like, for a 2D thing, they've done a lot with what they could limit, what the limited access they have to it. Of course, there's a lot of things I hate about it, like it's super grindy, pay to win as hell. So, yeah.
By 0.2%. Project Gorgon, a super old school MMO that, if I remember correctly, was made by a team of a husband and a wife. Which is why I'm surprised that so many people have voted this in the C tier. Quite a niche MMO, maybe I should revisit it this year. Black Desert Online, quite a controversial MMO that evokes a lot of emotions from people, but without a doubt this game has the best action combat in the MMORPG genre, and it's not really close. In terms of popularity, BDO's like the 4th most popular MMO in the world, which is why I'm surprised that so many people have voted it to be B tier. Guild Wars 2, an MMO that many people absolutely love, super easy game to recommend.
Guild Wars 2, what did I say? I don't remember. It's whatever. I'd probably put it in A or B.
And you can jump in and jump out of Guild Wars 2 anytime you want, and you never feel like you're behind because the game focuses.
Like, personally, I would put it in like a D or C, just because some things I don't like about it, like the horizontal progression, I'm not a big fan of. Only because I'm the type of player, when it comes to some, like MMOs like that, where I like when the expansion comes out, like Warcraft's example of this, or even Final Fantasy. The expansion comes out, I get pretty decent gear, like maybe I don't get top of the line or anything like that, and then I go and beat older content. It's just fun for me. You can't do that in Guild Wars, though.
So heavily.
And by beat, I mean like solo raids.
On horizontal progression, people overwhelmingly voted this to be an A tier MMO.
Really?
With a lot of votes also.
I mean, I did say A or B, but just a personal, I put it in like maybe a C.
For the S tier. PSO2 New Genesis. This is basically.
I'd say C, leaning towards D.
An updated version of Phantasy Star Online 2, modern graphics, better combat, and a bit of a redesign of the game. Don't really hear too many people talk about this MMO, so I was surprised to see it was voted as C tier. Mortal Online 2, a hardcore full...
based on players, F, but based on the game, like a D or C.
Open world PvP sandbox MMO, quite a niche MMO. Not a lot of people seem to like these kind of games, and it was overwhelmingly voted as F tier. Undecember, a multiplayer ARPG cross-platform on PC and mobile that I covered recently.
I wasn't a big fan of this. I tried it and I thought some things were cool, but I don't know. Like, I played it for a few days and just uninstalled it.
Not really an MMORPG, but I wanted to include it anyway. People voted this for the F tier.
I agree.
Game's kind of similar to Diablo Immortal, but I'd say it's a little bit better. V Rising. This game isn't really an MMORPG.
That's a weird thing to have in there. I don't know why Lazy Peon would add V Rising. But if I had to guess, it'd probably be like a B or C.
But I wanted to include it anyway because this was one of my favourite games of 2022. Super unique multiplayer top-down vampire survival game with bosses, and it's just come out with a massive new update. Despite not being an MMORPG, 25.7% of people voted V Rising in the B tier, with the 24.3% of people voting it in the A tier. Conqueror's Blade, another one for the F tier. Bless Unleashed, overwhelming.
Yeah, I never heard of Well, I've heard of Conqueror's Blade, I just never played it. Bless Unleashed also
F tier. DC Universe Online. People still play this game, and I thought it was going to get voted in the C or D tier, but people voted it in the F tier.
That actually, yeah, I would have guessed the same, C or D.
No love for superhero.
I think D would be more fair for
MMOs anymore. Dungeons and Dragons Online, another beloved old school MMORPG. No surprise to see this one also get voted to the C tier. 6 MMOs to go. This is where it gets interesting. Star Wars: The Old Republic. We don't have a lot of
D or C
sci-fi MMOs on this list, but Star Wars: The Old Republic is one of the most popular, with 33.6% of people voting it in the B tier. New World.
I guess I can see it, but it's like, personally, I would put it in like the C or D tier. I just got like really bored of it.
This is an interesting one, as the game saw a lot of improvements in 2022.
Yeah, I'd put this as like A or B.
And following the Brimstone Sands expansion, the player base finally started to grow. I rated New World as a B tier MMO at the end of 2021, and I said I expected it to become an A tier MMO at the end of 2022, but based on community votes, 33.2% of people still vote New World as a B tier MMO.
I think that's fair.
Old School RuneScape, the most popular of the 2 RuneScape versions, as RuneScape 3 got voted
Probably
into the B tier, it's no
or...
surprise that Old School RuneScape was overwhelmingly voted as an A tier MMO.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like going to be the only one that actually managed to hit S tier, but based on what we have left, I would say probably Final Fantasy XIV is S tier, Elder Scrolls probably B or C, and Lost Ark like a C or D.
Next up, Lost Ark. This one surprised me a lot. I was certain that people would vote this as an A tier MMO. This game popped off at release, and it has the best action combat of any isometric MMO out there.
While that is true, the endgame is trash.
Yet 30.2% of people voted it as a B tier MMO.
Yep.
I guess that has to do with the monetization and the botting issue that the game currently faces. Elder Scrolls Online, solid MMORPG, beloved IP. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the combat, but many people still play this game across.
My favorite thing about ESO is the amount of tier sets it has. Like, I was surprised when I played it and found how many there were, and I had a lot of fun like trying to collect the pieces. But like you said, like the combat just doesn't feel that good. And the PvP is just, which I at first liked, like I got tired of it very quickly. Because I ran into people who were like, we would fight them 3v1 and they'd kill all 3 of us and be still at max HP. I don't like games that are that imbalanced.
Across multiple platforms. I'm surprised to say that this game's been voted as a B tier MMO overwhelmingly, with 37.5% of people voting it here. 1 MMO remaining, Final Fantasy XIV. If there's going to be an MMO to reach S tier, you would think it would be this one, as people who play this game are extremely passionate about it, and you can certainly see that in the...
Even objectively, I think it's an S tier game. Like, think about what is like really wrong with the game, and you'd be hard pressed to find anything like really bad about it, other than you don't like anime or Final Fantasy themed stuff, which is not really a criticism towards the game.
Community votes. 33% of people voted Final Fantasy XIV to be an S tier MMO, which is the highest amount of S tier votes that any game on this list got. 35.2% of people, however, voted it to be an A tier MMO, which means that once again in 2023, no S tier MMORPG exists.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's people, like, it should be an S tier. It is what it is. Like, objectively, there's really not many bad things about it. I think the worst thing is probably the housing system. But other than that, like, Final Fantasy has hit every box when it comes to a good MMO. Other than maybe, I would say maybe the combat's probably the only thing that, like, you can really criticize Final Fantasy XIV for not having, like, good combat. It is decent combat. I think it's not bad. But it's not like World of Warcraft. It's not. But then so is old school RuneScape has, like, shit combat too. So I don't know if that's a much of an argument.
Interestingly, no D tier MMO exists. But in terms of popularity, based on community votes, Final Fantasy XIV is the one that is reviewed the most positively, with World of Warcraft Dragonflight and Guild Wars 2 coming in second and third, I'd say. So there it is, the 2023 MMORPG tier list as voted for by the MMO community with over 5,000 votes. I have to say I don't agree with the placement of all of these.
Yeah, but I think a majority actually they nailed it, at least in terms of like my personal opinions.
So now I'm going to make my own tier list and place them where I think they should be. So this would be my personal MMORPG.
All right, let's see. A tier Guild Wars 2, Dragonflight 14. The fact that you put Dragonflight above 14, that's not what I would agree with. Wrath, I think Wrath should go in S tier. Like, just to be fair. BDO, I would not put in A tier. To me, there's too many things wrong with BDO for it to be an A tier. Like, it's not like you can fix one thing and it becomes an S tier, which I think is what A tier is kind of for. Like, A tier should be, if you fix kind of this issue, your game becomes like way better. Not way better, but you know what I mean. Like, you're really messing up this one thing, which is why I think Final Fantasy 14 kind of deserves to be an S tier, because it's not like it really messed up the combat. It's just not as good as other games. But BDO, man, it's like Lost Ark, which he has on A tier as well. So I don't know. I would definitely disagree. I think Lost Ark and BDO at most should be B tier. V Rising, I think it has a shitty early game, so I don't think A is a good place for it. But I wouldn't complain too much there. Albion, like I said, I think actually should be an S tier. I don't think it does anything particularly wrong. Especially if you're into that kind of game, it's an S tier. Arcade, I'd probably put in D tier, just because if it was good, it wouldn't have died, regardless of the monetization, because BDO also has bad monetization, still around. So I actually wouldn't agree there. Star Wars in a B tier, I don't know, like, I just think Star Wars is really boring. I think outside of the story elements, everything else about it is pretty boring. So that's why I'd put it like in a D or C. EVE Online, I don't know enough to put that anywhere. Okay, I'm not going to go over everything, so I'll just stop there.
PG tier list of 2023. Once again, nothing in the S tier, but I've moved a lot of games from F tier to D tier, because I feel like a lot of the votes from the MMO community are quite emotional. You can't put a game like Aeon on the same level as League of Angels, for example, or Diablo Immortal.
I think Skyforge should be in D tier. I know they're like, it does a lot of things wrong, but at the same time, I also thought the combat was actually really fun. So if they could fix, like, I would say 3 things, the game would actually be really good.
Also added a few more games to the A tier and changed the order of things. I think Arcade is a B tier MMO purely because the game's fundamentally broken due to the labor system. Lost Ark and Black Desert I've moved up to A tier purely because of the combat. I know the games aren't perfect and have their problems, but on combat alone, I think they deserve A tier.
If you're going to base everything on just combat, then I guess. But like, to base an MMO like on just its combat is kind of crazy. Like, that's... Sorry, Lazy Piano, I'm like totally disagreeing. Like, why are you playing an MMO if all you care about is the combat? It's just weird to me. I'm not saying the combat is not important. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, like, it seems like that's all he's basing it on.
Tier. New World I moved up to A tier based on the improvements that the game's gone through and the fact that it's one of the few pure non-pay-to-win MMOs on this list. V Rising, even though it's not an MMO, I moved up to A tier because I just love this game. I also moved ESO and Albion up to A tier as well.
I mean, you didn't say why V Rising shouldn't be an S tier, which has been weird.
I think this would probably...
Maybe because you thought you'd get backlash? I'm not sure. Like, what's wrong with V Rising in your eyes?
Be my overall list. Maybe move a few things around, change the order of some things, but I think this is solid. So that's it for my 2023 MMORPG tier list. Let me know in the comments below what you guys think about this approach to tier lists, of doing one version where it's community voted, and then at the end, my own personal opinion type.
I actually think that's really cool.
I actually think this is a much better approach of doing it, so if you guys like it, we'll do the same thing in 2024. Hopefully, we get some new MMOs to add to this list throughout the year, because...
Oh, I don't care if they add new MMOs. That's a lot of MMOs. I just wish the ones on here improved to where they can climb this ladder. Get up a tier, you know what I mean? Like, I'd way prefer that over new MMOs.
I'd love to see...
Because I actually really liked... I don't see it here anymore, but it's probably because it's like this or something. where it's the, what the heck, Sword of Legends, I think it's called. Maybe that's what this is. I thought Sword of Legends, like just the leveling and stuff like that, was just really fun. It wasn't until like I got into like the late or the end game where I'm just like, this is just hot garbage. Like, what the hell were they thinking? Like, it felt like they didn't not do any kind of test run with their harder tier content.
See a game reach the S tier. Final Fantasy XIV almost made it. Maybe next year. We'll see. Help us out with a like for the...
What don't you like about Final Fantasy XIV? Like, that means, like, even Guild Wars 2, like, how did you grade this? That you put Dragonflight with Guild Wars 2? I don't really agree with that. Or Final Fantasy XIV, because Dragonflight is an incomplete game right now, at least in my opinion. So, alright, well, that was an interesting video. Let's take a look at the comments real quick, just to see. And now we know the why community has never been done before. To be fair, though, I think a lot of it was, like, kind of spot on. An F concerns me. So is why they... Well, that's not true, because, like, that 30% could have been in D tier, which I think would also be somewhat okay. Because, yes, it's pay to win as hell, but from what I've seen, the combat seems okay, like, decent. And if you're into ARPGs and you just ignore the pay to win stuff, seems like a shit game still, but not an F tier game. Thank you for the video. Tutorials at average viewer play per view rather than using the most popular answer. To give, if there's an error, they go 40% of the view. In the F tier, 30% A tier, 30% S tier, it should be put into the F tier, even though 60% of the community, the majority, love it. So the average would give us more accurate result. That actually is not a bad thing there, where it's just like you get the average where it's like he said, 30% put it in A tier, 30% put it in S tier, and then 40% in F tier. So that'd probably be an A tier or even a B tier. Let me focus on, yeah, like getting some kind of algorithm that will do that for him, so he's not having to do the math on like every single like one. Let's see, anything, take a look. Congrats on the Guild Wars 2, made it to the A tier with the big timers, or big hitters. The greatness of Guild Wars 1, newer MMOs could learn for its systems, namely the skill system and hero system. Absolutely. I would 100% agree there. Skill system, I don't really care too much about. Like, it was good, but I think the hero system was just way ahead of its time. And I wish more MMOs did it, like Final Fantasy. Like Final Fantasy, the fact that they went away from the squad system and did like the trust system instead, still kind of like irks me, because I love the squadron system in Final Fantasy. But yeah, that was the tier lists with Lazy Peon. And I would say I do agree with a lot of it. Some things I definitely don't agree with, like especially with his. The fact that you put BDO at the same level as Final Fantasy 14 is, to me, like, I don't know. I guess if you're only interested in the combat in your MMOs, then I would say yes. But even then, like, why is RuneScape up there? That doesn't make sense. But either way, interesting take to get the community to get involved in that. That's really cool. Alright, so that's where I'm going to call it today. Thanks for watching. See ya.